The Kosovo Specialist Chambers is now in session.
Be seated, please. Morning. I note that the accused, I'm sorry, please call the case, Mr. Court Officer.
Good morning, Your Honors. This is the file number case CBC 2020-06, the Specialist Prosecutor versus Hashim Thaçi, Kadri Veseli, Recep Selimi, and Jakub Krasniqi. Thank you, Your Honors.
I note that all the accused except Mr. Krasniqi are present in court. Mr. Krasniqi is appearing by video link with permission. Before we continue hearing the evidence of prosecution W03865, I note that so far the versions of W03865 statements which have been admitted as P01136.1 to P01136.4 do not contain the corrections discussed inter partes. The panel understands that the Thaçi defense reviewed all of the corrections proposed by the SPO yesterday and agreed with all of them save for the corrections proposed to P01136.3 ET, page 20, lines 21 to 23. This morning, the SPO provided a new revised version of the lines that the defense, that the Thaçi defense disputes. Mr. Misicic, do you agree with the new revised version?
We do not, and how I was going to proceed, Mr. President, was to simply go to the Albanian with the witness and ask the witness to clarify what he meant by it.
Thank you. That will work. One other thing, I believe, are seized with an application by the Veseli defense, although we weren't too clear about that, whether it had actually been requested or not, but we will assume that it was, to redact part of the proofing note of witness W03865 on which SPO does not seek to rely for the truth of its content. Objections of a similar nature focusing on the party's obligation to not place before the panel information known or believed to be false were made by the Thaçi defense. Proofing Note 1 was admitted as Exhibit P01137. The panel will put forth a proposal which we believe can deal with this matter in fairness to all parties. In light of Mr. Pacha's indication that the SPO is not seeking to rely on Proofing Note of W03865's paragraph 5, starting from the word P, SITF 0032817, until the words KLA uniforms and insignia for the truth of its content, the panel will only rely upon that sentence, if at all, to assess the credibility of 3865 and not for the truth of its content. The same ruling applies to the last sentence of that paragraph, which starts with the words during readback and ends with the words in Budakovo. In those circumstances, it is therefore unnecessary to redact sections of paragraph 5 or sections thereof from the exhibit P01137. I ask you to make any submissions on this matter. After considering your comments, we will attempt later today to fashion an oral order to deal with this issue. Mr. Misicic.
Mr. President, I just need a moment to see which paragraph, which sentences we're talking about.
The very first, I wanted to say which sentence I wanted to say which sentence it was, but unfortunately, that's a long paragraph with a bunch of commas and semicolons, so it's just part of the very first sentence, and then at the end.
Yeah, my initial reaction, Mr. President, is that that would reverse the situation. So the witness's evidence is whatever he says it is.
And you can still ask him about that on cross-examination. In other words, we're just saying those sentences, as far as the panel would be concerned, cannot be used for the truth, only for credibility. But what you do with it is up to you.
Yeah, but, and that's where I'm saying it's reversed. It should be that the sentences in the original SPO interview can't be used for the truth because he's sworn under oath under Rule 154 that the proofing note paragraph 5 is his evidence.
Okay, well, that's your submission. You go
No,
ahead.
I mean, it is under the rule. It's, if he can't swear under oath that what he said in the SPO interview is the truth, then you can't admit it, and it couldn't be
But
admitted.
he did swear it was the truth.
Subject to the corrections in paragraph 5.
Yeah.
So if you take out the corrections in paragraph 5, then the oath he took is not proper. He couldn't swear under oath, and then it's inadmissible.
Well, let's see what everybody else thinks first. Thank you. I understand your submission.
Without derogating in any way from Mr. Misitich's submission, we would respectfully suggest that the second passage to be disregarded ought to include the previous sentence, which contains what I think the prosecution admits is not evidence at all, namely Mr. Patch's opinion of the witness's testimony. That is, Patch noted W03865 seemed to be providing information inconsistent with his prior statements, in particular in relation to Sadiq Halit Yaha. Now, if you were redacting, obviously I would say that sentence should never have been in there in the first place, because I don't think, and the correspondence makes clear, that even the prosecution would suggest that the opinion of a prosecutor is evidence for the purposes of a submission in front of the court. But if your honours are taking the position that it should be the remaining passage should be used only for credibility and not for truth of content, which is I respectfully agree with Mr. Misitich's, rather to put it the other way round, because this is what he is saying is his testimony, and what he swore on oath in response to repeated questions was his testimony. So we're left with a rather artificial situation where we're left in a comment from counsel as to his opinion, followed by an explanation that the witness has repeated on oath, but not for the truth of its contents, even though the witness is saying that is exactly the truth and has said so and repeated it on oath.
Thank you. We're a little hesitant to start redacting these statements because it's somebody's statement. Somebody said it.
Yes, Mr. Patch said it.
Well, on both parties, Mr. Patch and the witness. Mr. Roberts, you want to wade into this?
No, I'm quite happily stepping out of this one, Your Honour. Thank you.
I don't blame you. The whole concept of 154 is a bit foreign to me also. So, I mean, it's part of these rules, and we do our best to use them, but sometimes there's confusion. Mr.
I have nothing to add.
Nothing? Okay. All right, I understand your submissions. We'll try to make some sense with it. Mr. Patch, your submission?
Thank you, Your Honour. Just at the outset, I'll say that we seem to be creating a distinction between Rule 54 and the direct examination when we don't need to create one. The Rule 54 mechanism in this respect is no different than when we elicit information viva voce. Had we called this witness viva voce, suggested by Your Honours, I can guarantee you I would have 100% sought to impeach his credibility based on prior statements. So what we're doing here is no different from that. And the proposal by the panel seeks to solidify this distinction in terms of the proposal put forward, we certainly disagree with the Vesely submission that the excerpt should not have been included there in the first place. That is where I tell the witness that he seems to be providing inconsistent information. I can also guarantee that had we not put that in there and then the witness made that allegation on the stand, I would have been in trouble. As Your Honor and the defense knows, a preparation note doesn't only contain clarifications or corrections, it also serves to memorialize what happened during the preparation session. Now, of course, nobody here is saying that my opinion is evidence, but there's certainly no reason to start redacting information of this nature there. The same would apply to transcripts in the courtroom when somebody impeaches a witness, or in the multiple Rule 154 statements we admitted where we confront witnesses. Turning to Your Honor's proposal, we also disagree that there is, as I said, any need to rely or to state now that we will only can rely on the excerpts you mentioned for a limited purpose. In particular, if we do have to go down that road, some of what the witness said there is not entirely or solely related to the issue that we sought to impeach him on or that we sought to obtain clarity on yesterday. For example, there is one sentence which I believe would have been included by Your Honor concerning the unwritten order from the battalion staff to check people. That is something we would certainly intend to rely on, and that would be useful not only for this incident but for others as well. Similarly, the last sentence of the paragraph, which again, if I understood correctly, would be for a limited purpose, according to Your Honor, is also relevant to other information. The witness is there saying that when they said Sadiq al-Itiyaha, they meant to refer to the battalion. We would like to be able to rely on that, and doing so would not be inconsistent with our position that the version the witness provided, which was truthful, was the one in his 2002 and the SPO statement. So in sum, we disagree with any need for redaction, and we disagree with any need to rely on this for a limited purpose.
Thank you. Judge Matreau had a question.
Thank you. It's a question for you, Mr. Patch. Speaking candidly, when I received the preparation note, I had a bit the same reaction as Mr. Micetic, in the sense that there was a rather clear indication that the account that was then given was not consistent with earlier accounts, and perhaps we, the panel, should have inquired with you at the time, and maybe we should take some responsibility for that. But looking forward to what could happen again, what is your suggestion when in preparation session you receive versions from a witness that are inconsistent with earlier accounts, and you offer those, both the earlier version and the new version, so to say, as truth of its content, so that both, in fairness to the defense, they are alerted to it, and to the panel, what you intend to do with that? Because, of course, you can't offer one version and its opposite for the panel to accept. So what would be your suggestion in the future if this were to reoccur, as to how you alert the opposing side, the defense, and the panel to such a situation? And I don't mean to put you on the spot, so if you need to consult on this question, you can give us an answer this afternoon. But if you are prepared to, I would welcome your submissions.
Thank you, Your Honor. To be honest, I don't think we would propose to proceed any differently than how we did. The sentence at issue in particular about me telling the witness that we believe he's being inconsistent.
I don't have a problem with that.
No, but what I'm saying is that certainly sends the signal to the defense that we disagree with the prior version of events. So what happened in court, I don't think was surprising to anyone. And as I repeated, and I said yesterday, I'll repeat it again, to us, what is the most important thing is that we provide all the information to the panel, and that you have all of it to be able to assess the credibility of the witness at the end of the day, i.e. when you're drafting the judgment. And that purpose is served by having the statements under 154 and a detailed account of what happened there. As I said a little earlier today, in terms of approach on the stand, once the witness is here, like I said, proceeding under 154 with the preparation note or live would be no different. Again, I guarantee you, had you told me to order me to examine the witness live, I guarantee you I would have, and he said that information which differs to the prior statement, I would have, as I'm authorized to do under the order of the conduct of proceedings and the rules, have sought to refresh his recollection or even confront him with your leave pose leading questions in relation to the inconsistency. So I don't see what we gain by changing the game. Now, I note that in this case, the inconsistency came out for the first time during the witness preparation, and that differs to certain other instances. For example, there is a witness, I won't even mention the code since we're in public session, but a recent 154 decision, Your Honours, over defense objections, admitted that the witness's prior statements under 154, at least in theory, but he ordered us to elicit certain information from that witness viva voce because of such inconsistencies. That case was different to this one because in our proposed 154 statement, there were these inconsistencies, and we're happy to proceed that way and elicit that viva voce. Now, if from time to time, should this arise again, Your Honours were to take a similar approach and say, in your view, the most expedient way to proceed would be to redact, for example, the parts of this prior statement, the 154 statement, where the witness said things which are now, he's now providing different information on, to do the viva voce. We can certainly do that in terms of preparation or anything like that. That's not going to be an issue. What I'm trying to get at, though, is what is the added value? The witness will come here. Unless something changes overnight, the witness will repeat what they said in the prep note, which is inconsistent with the prior statements. I will then seek to use his prior inconsistent statements against him. So in terms of either notice or added value or efficiency of the proceedings, we don't see the gain, but of course, it's completely your prerogative, and as long as we have some degree of notice in terms of your preference to elicit certain aspects of a voce, we will do so. We don't see the need to, but of course, that's in your hands.
To ask the question that Mr. Misicic might ask if he stood up is how do you differentiate between what was stated now and stated then? Were you promising that both of them were true, both statements were true? Because you have to attest that the statement is true. Now you've attested that both statements are true.
And with respect, Your Honor, we disagree.
Your witness has.
Yes, so to be clear, as I think Your Honor has said, when the witness attests to the accuracy of the statements, he's attesting to the accuracy subject to the corrections in the preparation note. So there's no mystery there. The witness is saying that apart from what I corrected.
So one of them was false, right? It has to be false. One of those two versions has to be false. Which one was he attesting to?
He was
only the true one.
Yes, Your Honor, correct. He was saying that what's in the preparation note essentially overrides what is in his statement. It remains our prerogative, as we did, to confront him with his prior statements because we want to know the reasons why. But there is no mystery as to what our position is. My indication in this preparation note and my confronting the witness yesterday makes it very clear to everyone what the prosecution's position on this matter is.
So that you're not putting forth false information.
Your Honor, when we submit witness evidence, be it, first of all, if we were talking about a viva voce witness, we have no control over what the witness says in response to us.
No, but this is different. This is a 154 witness.
Similarly, correct me if I'm wrong, or maybe my colleagues will correct me if I'm wrong, but when we propose a Rule 154 statement, it does not come with a rubber stamp from us saying that 100 out of 100 facts in that statement are the prosecution's position. It is always a mixed bag with witnesses. The prosecution only has to give a clear indication of what we're relying on at the end of the day, like you, after having heard all the evidence. What we are putting our stamp of approval on is we're following the procedure that the witness comes here and confirms the account. Now, when, as I did yesterday, we choose to highlight certain aspects which, in our view, are material divergences, that remains in our prerogative to do so.
Go ahead, Mr. Mistich. Didn't mean to speak for you.
No, that's fine.
I know you're capable of it.
You can speak better than I can, so that's fine. I do want to address 2 points. One, nor are we saying that a 154 statement is 100 out of 100 they have to accept. But where the prosecution believes that there's a material part of the statement such that they need to impeach it is being tendered and the witness is not giving truthful testimony, you can't submit it. And I will give you one example. If I were to call a witness viva voce knowing that the witness is not going to tell the truth on the stand. I'm ethically prohibited from putting that witness on the stand, as you know. And so whether it's under a 154 or whether it's viva voce, I can't do that. So doing it under 154, you're not allowed if you know that the witness is going to give false testimony in affirming the 154. I again submit you can't, the proper thing to do is withdraw the 154 and to proceed viva voce with the witness. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we've run through this as much as we can. We will try to make some sense of it and make an order later today. Everyone ready to proceed? Madam Court Usher, please bring the witness in. How much more time do you need, Mr. Misitich?
Mr. President, I anticipate about an hour.
Good morning, witness. Today we're going to continue your testimony. I remind you to please try to answer the questions clearly with short sentences. If you don't understand a question, feel free to ask counsel to repeat the question or tell them that you don't understand and they will clarify. Also, please remember to try to indicate the basis of your knowledge of the facts and circumstances upon which you will be questioned. I remind you that you are still under an obligation to tell the truth as stated by you in your solemn declaration. Please also remember to speak into the microphone and to wait 5 seconds before answering so the translators can catch up. If you feel the need to take breaks, please make an indication and an accommodation will be made. Are you ready to proceed? Go.
Yes, I am.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning again, witness. I'd like to start this morning by asking you to help us with understanding a portion of the interview you gave to the SPO, and I'll put it on the screen for you. Mr. Court Officer, it's P01136.3, beginning at page 17, line 8 in the Albanian, or sorry, in the English, and page 20, line 17 in the Albanian. Scroll to the bottom in the Albanian. Thank you. So witness, beginning at line 17 in the Albanian, I'm going to read the question there and then ask you to read out loud in Albanian the answer you gave. So the question was, what role, if any, could that general staff have in relation to allegations, for example, somebody was a spy? And could you read out loud your answer there, please? And I'm now being told that the question for you in Albanian says, what role could the general staff in Klečka have in relation to allegations that, for example, somebody was a spy. Can you read out loud the answer you gave beginning at line 21?
No. Initially, there was, as we said, the battalion, the entire brigade, the entire zone, and then the general staff. So this is a chain. So apparently this sentence doesn't have any meaning. It has lost its meaning.
Okay, are you able to tell us, when you refer there to the general staff, what general staff are you referring to?
I meant the battalion staff in Budakov.
So is the reference there to the overall, the top general staff, or you're saying that it's the battalion general staff that you're referring to there?
I'm referring to the general staff of the Budakovo battalion, the staff number 1.
Let me turn to a different topic now. And this is the issue of military courts. When you were in Battalion 2 in Budakov, were there any other legal professionals other than you?
No.
Was there anyone with a law degree in your battalion?
Not to my knowledge.
You know, did the battalion rely on anyone other than you for legal advice or drafting legal documents or regulations?
Not to my knowledge.
You have a military court in your battalion.
There were no military courts anywhere, and of course not in the battalion. I've never heard of any military court existing at the time, nor is one today, 25 years after the war.
You didn't hear of a military court being set up at the brigade level, at the zone level, or at the overall general staff level?
No, I did not hear, and I don't think there was one.
Do you recall when you met with the prosecutor, they showed you a book by Ilaz Kadoli called The Eye of the Eagle?
Yes, I saw the book on that day for the first time. Yes.
War?
Rarely.
Do you recall any specific times you encountered Ilaz Kadoli during the war?
I don't recall, but we did have contacts.
I want to show you some excerpts from his book, and if we could please call up Exhibit P12 at page 058009 in the English, and the same in the Albanian. if we could increase the section that says military court. Witness, I'm going to read out to you what Mr. Cadoli wrote. He said, at the beginning of 1999, the base of the Eagle's Eye unit was moved to the house of Ilmaz Popaj from Veneshta to the village of Kastra near Suhareka, around 100 meters from the Pastrik operational zone. One of the soldiers on guard duty informed me that an officer from the general staff was asking for me. I asked him who it was. He told me it was an elderly man who introduced himself as Bacha Kol. Bacha Kol was Sokol de Bruna's pseudonym. He was from Jakov. Do you see that?
Paul?
Yes, I do.
Sokol de Bruna in the war?
No. I happened to travel only on one occasion with him.
Was that?
That was in 99.
And do you recall the month?
Could be sometime in May.
Sir?
We just coincided. We were getting somewhere, and then we traveled together.
Do you recall where you were going?
No, this was not an important trip.
In the second paragraph there, it says, Cole informed me that the General Staff had decided to create the KLA military court and that he had been assigned the task to establish court branches in all military zones. Initially, they would function as legal services and, where conditions existed, as courts, which would be linked with the General Staff. Cole informed me that I was assigned to organize the military court in the Pastrik operational zone, and that a written order would be delivered later by courier. Cole had had me in mind because of our earlier acquaintance and because of my profession as a lawyer. We also talked about other soldiers who could serve in military courts. The names of lawyers such as Nuruddin Abazi, Emri Gashi were mentioned, who would join to establish a legal service in the zone and later in the military court. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Acted to serve as a legal service in the military court?
No, never.
You say that no military court, as far as you know, was established. Do you have any reason or explanation as to why a military court wouldn't or couldn't be established?
There has never been a military court, and there was never any military court established to my knowledge. There were no military courts in Kosovo because in order to establish a military court, one needs to have specific conditions available, which we did not have at the time. And we were unable to establish such a court because the successive offensives wouldn't allow us to prepare for such thing, and we were participating in military actions. 25 today, as we stand here, 25 years after the war, we still are unable to establish a military court, let alone at the time in war conditions. Again, to my knowledge, there was no military court at the time. Now, if Ilas Kadoli knows about this, or Basako knows about this, then you could ask them. I have never seen any such document. I saw the book for the first time a week ago when it was introduced to me by the prosecutor. There was an ambition for it, because it's in the book, but having the desire to do something is one thing, and doing it in actual fact is a different thing.
An ambition for it. Were you aware at the time that there was an ambition to set up a military court?
We had the ambition to liberate the country and do much greater works and things, but we did not manage to achieve that. We didn't have the structures, the proper structures that any military needs to have.
The question is very specific, so let me rephrase it. Do you recall any discussion at all during the war about setting up a military court?
No.
I want to ask you about your testimony concerning the military police. You told the SPO, and this is at your SPO interview part 1, beginning at page 31 in the English. You said, as far as you were concerned, or as far as you knew, all the military police were attached to the battalion in 1998, in the summer. Is that correct? Let me rephrase. The military police that was with you in the battalion, is it your evidence that they were attached to the battalion?
The military police at the time was a special squad which we called Rapid Intervention Unit. That's why it took the name as a military police. It was meant to be used for rapid intervention actions.
The question is, to whom did they report? Was it to the battalion commander or to someone else?
I have no idea. I have no idea.
These people in the military police, do you know if they had training?
They were a little bit more trained than the other soldiers. They trained themselves. There was their leader who trained them for rapid interventions.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Advice on how to treat civilians.
Yes.
Do you recall specifically any details? Do you recall when you gave them legal advice on how to treat civilians? And where?
We were in the battalion in Budakova, and we met often. Every time we met, we discussed the rules, the regulations, what to do, how to behave, to conduct themselves with the civilians. This was how we did it.
Kololi, do you know who appointed Muskololi to his position as the commander of the military police in your battalion?
I don't know who, but I do know that Muscololi was more trained, was at a higher, older age. He worked in the police also before the war. He was a member of the former Yugoslav police, so he was more knowledgeable and trained. He was a local from Budakova. He knew the terrain better than the others.
Well, on that point, Muscololi was a former member of the Yugoslav police, correct? Okay. Let me just refresh your recollection, or see if I can refresh your recollection about who appointed him. You told the SPO...
Mr. Micetic, I don't think we got a response recorded on your last question.
Let me repeat the question then, witness, because it wasn't recorded on the transcript. Let me just reaffirm, or sorry. On that point, Muscololi was a former member of the Yugoslav police, correct?
Yes, I already said that.
Let me continue on there. Did you have any discussions, or do you recall any discussions with Muscololi about maybe any information he may have about people who could be suspected as collaborators given his prior role in the Yugoslav police?
No.
On the issue of who appointed Muscololi, this is P1136.1, page 31 in the English. I'm going to read the question and then your answer to the SPO in the interview. The question was, do you know who appointed him as the commander of the military police? And your answer was, they were all assigned by the commander. Does that refresh your recollection as to who appointed Muscololi?
It may be so. You may ask him, I don't know. What I don't know for sure, I cannot acknowledge.
You were referring to was Sadik Kalityaha?
Yes.
Did the other soldiers respect Muscololi?
Yes, there was respect among all of us, not only for Musa.
He was respected.
Because first of all, he was older. He was very well behaved and understanding. He was professionally at a higher level. And he was looked upon as a police leader and appreciated for that.
Do you recall anybody being suspicious of him because he had been in the Yugoslav police?
No, never.
Witness, is it correct that you never met with Hashim Thaçi or anyone from the general staff during the war?
It is. I never met them. I don't believe they know of me or me. I only have seen them on television.
Do you know whether members of the general staff met with zone commanders?
Unë nuk e di sigurisht.
I don't know. You have to ask the zone commanders, not me.
At the time, did you know what Mr. Thaçi's role was during the war? What his duties were?
Po, ka qenë staf.
Yes, he was a political member of the staff or a political leader of the KLA.
Po,
Yes.
Rambouillet negotiations?
patjetër.
Yes, definitely.
Let me turn your attention now to a different topic. When you served in your battalion in Budakov, did you deal with detentions?
Nuk kemi pas çështje të ndaj.
We never dealt with detention issues. We have only issues of identification of persons who enter the war zone and nothing else.
Identification of people who entered the war zone. Can you explain that a little more? Was it your job as legal advisor to identify people who entered the war zone?
Jo, zotëri avokat.
No, sir. This was the duty of the guard who kept guard of the zone. It was their duty to know and identify who entered and who left the war zone, not myself.
Ask you, for example, if a KLA soldier was detained for some disciplinary infraction, who would question the soldier?
Nuk e kam marrë në pritje, por kam bish.
It was myself, but I didn't question them. I had a conversation, a talk with them.
Objective in talking to them? What was the purpose of you talking to them?
Objektivi ishte
To discuss the infraction, something that the person shouldn't have done, an improper conduct.
What would you do with the results of that conversation? Would you report it to anyone?
po nëse ka pas nevojë.
If it was necessary, I reported to the commander. Otherwise, we might have issued a reprimand, or that's it. There wasn't anything else we could do.
Referring to is Sadiq Khalid Yaha?
Po.
Yes?
You were asked by the SPO about the case of Latif and Rush Kololi. Do you recall that?
Po.
Yes.
Two women before the time they were brought to your battalion, correct?
Jo, kur s'kam njoftas.
No, I never knew them before.
And it was not within your competency to order their detention? Is that correct?
E thash edhe më parë se
I already said that. I don't know if you understood me. I had never detained anyone. I don't know if you misunderstood me or failed to understand me, or you want me to repeat.
I understand. I'm trying to establish, though, that who detained them, and as I understand your testimony, they were brought in by Moose Cherkini. Is that correct?
Prosecutor.
Yes.
As I understand your testimony, you are not sure whether they were brought in by an order of Sadiq Khalid Yaha, correct?
Sadiq Khalid
Sadiq Alitiaha didn't know them. He came from Switzerland. How could he have known them? He didn't know even 10% of the population because he was away in Switzerland for 15 years.
Well, you told, as far as the prep note of your meeting with the prosecutor last week, and I'm going to read it out loud. It's prep note 1, paragraph 6. It says, it could have been Sadiq Khalid Yaha who issued the order for the transfer of these two women, but you do not know whether Khalid Yaha did issue that order. Those who transported the women would know. Is that your testimony?
Yes.
Then, at some point in time, you did have a conversation with these women, correct?
Po.
Yes.
Why did you decide to speak with them?
Se I kanë sjellë atë si dyshim.
Because they were brought in as suspects.
Who determined that they were suspects?
Po persona që I kanë
The persons who identified them, respectively, in this case, Mus Cherkini.
They were suspected of.
po mendoj
Yes, they were suspected of collaborating with the Serb police. They were seen going in and coming out of the police station and so on.
Of the police station, meaning the Serbian police station.
po.
Yes.
That would be suspicious?
Pse ishte gjendje luftë.
Because it was wartime and we were fighting against Serbian police and army, so any collaboration with them would be immoral, irregular. It was a wartime.
Can you explain to the court why an Albanian going into a Serbian police station would be suspicious?
Nuk kuptoj çfarë po mendoni.
I don't know what you are getting at. In a wartime, to collaborate with an occupator that is killing you, is it normal for you?
Part about collaboration, but for example, how do you, let me rephrase my question. How do you know that someone didn't go to the police station to get a new ID card or to report a crime or to otherwise what citizens normally do when they enter a police station? I'm asking you to explain to the court why in that particular time period, in that particular circumstance, it would be viewed as suspicious to go to the police station.
Zoti avokat na
Sir, we had cut off any dealings with the Serb army and police. We didn't get ID cards. We didn't engage in any conversation. We didn't report any crimes or whatever. We had nothing to do with them. How can you cooperate with the occupiers at a wartime? You consider that normal?
Tell us this conversation you had with these women. What did you discuss and what did they say?
na bashkëbisedu me to
we discussed what it was believed related to them, but in the course of the conversation, I was convinced that there was nothing to suspect them of. So unless we talk about those low actions or immoral base motives, underlying their actions.
The police station.
I don't know.
And on suspicion, because they went into the police station, you must have asked them, why are you going to the police station?
I asked them, but they were ignorant persons. They didn't have even a primary, elementary education, and everybody where they lived labeled them as such. So they themselves weren't aware of what they were doing.
Did you ever find out, though, even with their lower level of education, why they were going into the police station?
No, I couldn't. Because from what they said, I couldn't deduce that they were doing something illegal, only things that had a moral character, base things.
You told the SPO that you stayed with the women to ensure that they wouldn't be harmed. Is that correct?
Yes.
They might be harmed.
I didn't fear anything. I don't know what you are putting me. I was just afraid that somebody might maltreat or mistreat them.
Why did you think that they might be mistreated?
Because the soldiers were young, inexperienced. They heard rumors about them, and something untoward might happen. That's why.
Okay, Mr. President, this might be a good time for a break.
How much time do you think you have left?
10 minutes, 10 to 15.
Why don't you just go ahead and finish then if you can do it in 10?
Okay, all right,
Then we'll take our break at that point.
okay. Witness. These soldiers that you thought might take action against these women, is there a reason that, for example, an order by Sadek Khaled Yaha couldn't have simply prevented these soldiers from taking any action against these women?
Sadek Khaled Yaha was not aware of every single thing that happened within the battalion. He had other matters to deal with, organizing the war, supplies, food, weapon supplies. All these matters were under the battalion commander responsibility. He was not in a position to deal with a individual soldier and his actions, or individual civilian and the actions connected to that.
conversation, after you had this conversation with these women, did you report on your findings back to Sadi Khalid Yaha?
Just kapasny wymiar.
No, there was no need to report. There was absolutely no need to.
Okay, I asked you a few minutes ago in terms of your duties about if a soldier was detained because of a disciplinary infraction. You said you would have a conversation with them and then report your findings to the commander. And now I'd like to know why you wouldn't, in this case, report your findings to the commander.
Po ato gjithherë nuk kemi mujt me
We were not able to contact the commander every time we needed to because they had other tasks to tend to. Sometimes it was not necessary. As a result of all this, certain things would not be reported or would go unreported, unimportant things.
Well, if you concluded that that there was no reason for them to be detained, to whom did you transmit that conclusion so that the women could be released?
po kam bisedu me Agim.
I spoke with Agim and Naim Kadoli.
And what did you tell them?
Thash që këto dy
I told them that these two women should be released because there is nothing prohibited that comes out of the conversation I had with them. This was all about base motives which weren't even worth discussing, moral matters. They were there because of moral behavioral matters.
And Naim Kadoli were members of your battalion?
po
Yes,
Did they take the women away?
nuk e di unë kam
I don't know. I proposed for them to be released. I don't know what happened any further.
Agim Ziba and Naim Kadoli escorted these two women anywhere.
mund t'i pyetni ata unë.
You can ask them. I don't know any more about this.
Now, you're aware that the bodies of these two women were later found on the main road between Prizren and Suharek. Is that correct?
Jo, unë kam
No, I learned after the war that their bodies had been found at a junction which was constantly patrolled on by the Serbian police and military using armored vehicles.
Women. Is that correct?
jo.
No, I don't. I believe that they were killed by the Serbian forces because it was impossible for us as an army to enter that area. It was extremely dangerous. It was extremely dangerous for us to approach that area. It was constantly covered and by armored military vehicles.
To
Po sa di unë ato
To my knowledge, they were found close to Leshan on the main road Suareka to Prizren. And there is a road leading to Leshan, to the village of Leshan. There's a road junction there. This is what I heard. This is only based on what I heard, that allegedly they were found there.
That area was under Serb control in August of '98?
Not yet.
Yes. 100%. And the asphalted road from prison to Suareko was constantly under their control.
Could have gotten into Serb territory after being held by Agim Zuba and Naim Kadoli?
I don't know.
Witness, I want to ask you just a couple of questions about Feta Rudy. You recall discussing the case of Feta Rudy with the SPO?
Poor.
Yes.
During or after the war? Immediately after the war.
I met on one occasion with Feta Rudy, and that was during the war.
During the war.
It was in 98. Yes, 98.
Recall the circumstances of that encounter?
Poor.
Yes. There was a case alleging that Feta Rudy was misusing food supplies which were provided by the Foundation Mother Teresa to support the civilians. So these were food supplies, sugar, flour, oil, and others. And he was in charge of managing food supplies and distribute them equally to the civilians. Because there were suspicions that he was not doing this properly, he was suspected. I had a conversation with him, and this issue was sorted out.
I asked you to speak to him.
Команданти.
Commander Sadiq Khalitia asked me to do that.
1999 and not 1998?
I don't think, as to my knowledge, it was 98, but I'm not sure.
Do you recall whether Sadiq Khalid Yaha told you there was a suspicion he was engaged in espionage?
There were rumors, but they were absolutely untrue. They were not true.
Repeat those rumors to you.
No. Now the civilians who lived there viewed him as such. I found out in the course of our conversation that he was a decent man, supporter of Rugova, and obviously we were not enemies with Rugova. He had his own approach or beliefs as to the peaceful resistance and achieving goals through peaceful means. We had a different stance. And we took a different direction, which was that we could not obtain our freedom through peaceful means. Because we had seen that during 10 years of talks and negotiations, nothing was achieved. it only resulted in maltreatments, displacements, killings. Some agreements were reached with Rugova at the time, but they were not implemented at all, as a result of which the population got frustrated, irritated, and took the decision to organize the resistance, because we did not believe that anything could be achieved through different means. With respect to Fetar Rudi, I had a normal conversation with him, and after the war, he was grateful and thankful to me for the conversation we had, and that newspaper article can be found.
In the course of the conversation, did you discuss the rumors about him engaged in espionage?
Yes, we discussed this, but they were not true. In my opinion, there was nothing true there.
When you discussed it, do you recall what he said in response?
He obviously denied those things, and it turned out to be true. He said that his idol was Ibrahim Rugova, and there was nothing wrong with that.
Was Ilaz Kadoli present for this conversation?
I think he was, yes. I remember this vaguely, but because it's been a long time since, but yes, Ilaz Kadoli was present.
Who was present?
We were together, we went there together as co-fighters, and as a man who knew the legal rules. He was a lawyer, so we did this together.
Well, you were the legal advisor to Sadek Khalid Yahad. Did Sadek Khalid Yahad also tell Ilaz Kadoli to go with you?
I don't remember.
What was Ilaz Kadoli's role in having a conversation with Fetar Rudi?
No specific role. We just wanted to have this conversation with him. I think Ilaz was in charge of something about the morale and politics within the brigade.
Is it your testimony that after you and Ilaz Kadoli interviewed him, Fetar Rudi was released?
We neither released him or detained him. We just had a normal conversation. He was an ordinary citizen. What I don't understand, how do you understand the detaining someone or anything, or imprisoning someone? He was in his home. He was not even a soldier.
Witness, I'm asking you because there is evidence that you told Fetar Rudi that he had been convicted and sentenced in that conversation. I just want to give you an opportunity to tell the trial panel whether that's true.
There's nothing true in there. These are all lies. We never sentenced him.
That's my cross-examination.
Thank you. Witness, we will give you a 10-minute break. You may go with the court usher. See you back here in 10 minutes.
Okay.
Yes, Mr. Pouch.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm taking up Judge Medrow's initial offer this morning, and with your leave, the SPO would like to file a very short submission on the issues raised by the panel this morning, and we can do so by 4 p.m. today with your leave.
Thank you. We will take a 10-minute break.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated. Mr. Emerson, you have some questions. I'll get him in. I just asking you in general if you have some questions. Okay.
Microphone, please.
I do, but very, very few.
Please bring the witness in. Mr. Roberts, are you going to have questions, do you believe?
It's unlikely at this stage, Your Honor.
Okay. Ms. Alejandra?
I do, Your Honors, but I might be a lot shorter than 45 minutes.
Okay.
And, Your Honour, may I make it clear that having spoken to Mr. Patch, there is one person who has testified in open session in this court, whose name I will be referring to in cross-examination in open session as somebody who has testified.
There's no objection, so thank
No,
you.
I simply
Thank you for letting us know,
letting you
though.
know. Yeah.
Appreciate that. All right, witness. Mr. Emerson, representing Mr. Vasily, will have some questions for you at this point.
Good morning. I will be very short with you. I just want to ask
Good morning.
about your role in drafting various documents with Mr. Sadek Yaha. First of all, I think you've said already when you were interviewed by the SPO that there had been some collaboration over the drafting of legal documents. Is that right? Between you and Sadek Yaha?
Yes.
And these were generally documents which were intended to become the basis of rules and regulations of one kind or another. Is that correct?
There was only one regulation, a single rules. We didn't have any others. We didn't have time to work on other regulations. We were at a wartime. What we did was indispensable and elementary, basic. We didn't have planes or tanks or to work on more elaborate rules. We were simple soldiers who keeping with one weapon on our shoulder, you know.
And that, but Mr. Al-Yaha had some military experience. Is that right?
Io, capaz.
No, he had a military kind of inclination, I would say, but no any military expertise. At least this is what I know.
The military rules and regulations of regular armies in trying to put together a formulation of rules that, with your help, could form the basis of future regulations. Is that correctly understood?
Po atë rregullor nuk kanë qenë për terme.
They were kind of ad hoc regulation. Now, of course, we have laws adopted by the parliament. What we did, better than having nothing, we had like kind of even makeshift, I would say, rules based on the experiences we had.
You had one set of rules that you kept in your drawer, is that right?
Yes, yes, that's right. I don't remember now. I haven't seen that regulation for almost 30 years. It was a short brochure, I'd say.
So, a few pages or a booklet?
It was with few pages. It was like a booklet.
In the Pastric zone or one that had been more widely circulated?
I believe it was only for the Pastric zone.
In drafting that set of rules?
Yes, yes, I did.
Right, now, first of all, could I please call up on the screen, Mr. Registrar, P716, first of all. Which I think was shown to you during your proofing session. And am I right in saying that when you saw this document in the proofing session, you had never seen it before?
It is correct.
We can see this one is dated the 8th of February of 1999, and it's headed Information in the Units of the KLA about Exceptional Cases. And if we look to the bottom right, we can see that it is signed by the Deputy Commander for Morale, Sadiq Al-Yaha. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Looking at some of the content, if we could look at number 1, point 1. So it refers to the wounding of a soldier from the 122 Brigade, Bashkim Kriezu, by one of his comrades in the Pastric zone. At the last sentence, Mr. Sadiq Halit Yaha is saying that in addition to physical injury suffered, I think, by the assailant, he will also answer to the court of second instance. And the same reference is made in point 2. In other words, that a case is awaiting determination of his responsibility by the same court. Now, looking at those two, in the second incident, the soldier concerned is said to be serving a sentence and is awaiting the determination of his responsibility by, and we can read it back, the court of second instance. First of all, what do you understand by the term the court of second instance, or a court of second instance, in general terms?
Are you asking me about civil cases? If we are talking about civil cases, you know very well what a first and second instance court might be. But at the time of war, I don't know that there was such a court. But what you are putting to me and what Sadiq is alluding, I don't know because I wasn't there. It's Sadiq who should know. There wasn't even a well-organized army. It was the second month. I joined in the third month. I don't know what he wanted to say by this. It was, in my opinion, kind of propaganda to scare, to frighten soldiers not to do a similar act. This is just my assumption. I saw this document a week ago when the prosecutor showed it to me.
There was never at any time, as you've told us, any court, let alone a court of second instance. Is that correct, to your knowledge?
No, there wasn't any court. As I said, this was more a wishful opinion, you know, to have such an organization. It's shown in forms or transcripts, but it's another thing to wish for something and another thing to have that something. We wanted to have a court. The ambition was there, but the possibility to enforce it wasn't there. We joined the war to find this Balkan superpower, and it is known how it ended. But it was with the NATO support that we waged and won that war. Otherwise, we would be still fighting in the mountains, because we were fighting an unscrupulous enemy who had been oppressing us for hundreds of years, driving out of the country for almost 1 million inhabitants. You know, they tore our ID papers and drove the people out of Kosovo in order for them not to return back.
To cut you short, but coming back to your observation that this is, by Mr. Halit Yaha, some sort of propaganda, was that a feature, in your opinion, of some of these documents that were drafted, that they referred to institutions that just did not exist?
I wouldn't say anything. As I say, I don't know. If I don't know something, I can't speak about it.
In the entirety of your time in Kosovo, is this the first time you've seen a KLA document refer to an institution that's pure propaganda? Have you come across propaganda-laden documents before?
Yes, and there have been others. I haven't seen them, but I have heard about them. But we know very well that propaganda is part of the war. Even if things aren't really what they are made out to be, in times of war they are presented as such, you know. But we knew how capable we were or how strong we were. But propaganda helped.
I want, if I may, to ask you about another document. Now, when he first testified, Mr. Halit Yahar said that he drafted this document with your assistance. I don't think it was shown to you during your proofing session. He subsequently reflected on his evidence and came to the conclusion that it was a different document that he had drafted with your assistance. So we have two different answers from Mr. Halit Yahar about this particular document. I'd like to show it to you, if I may. So the Albanian is at U009-1596 to 1662. And if we could have it side by side with the English translation, which is 1596 to 1641 ET. If you look at obviously the front page, you can see the way it is described. Disciplinary regulations for the Kosovo Liberation Army, Pristina, 1998. Now, you were a part of and a legal advisor to the KLA in 1998, weren't you?
In the 1st Battalion, Budakova Battalion, from the 26th of June 1998.
Well, what I want to do, first of all, is to go through one or two passages in this document with you. Mr. Registrar, we're going to need, at this stage, to follow by paragraph number rather than page number. If we could start, please, paragraph 2A and B. In the English, it's the first page. It begins on the first page and goes on to the second page. And if you would kindly follow the the numeration in the Albanian, I think it's all on one page. Perfect. Well, in fact, it's the same. Here it describes or defines a military person who serves in the ranks of the Kosovo Liberation Army or performs duties assigned by the regulations of the KLA. And then at 2 it says personnel of the KLA are A, officers in the active service of the KLA and of the territorial forces of the KLA, of the public order body established by the KLA, and of the KLA Intelligence Service, and if we go over the page, and their reserve officers when they are in the direct service of the KLA, as well as B, non-commissioned officers on obligatory service, active and in the reserve when they are serving in the KLA. And then C, we can see soldiers on obligatory service when they're performing military service, and so on. I mean, do these categories mean anything at all in the context of the KLA in 1998 or 1999 as you knew it to be? Do they mean anything within the KLA?
Yeah.
No.
You've told us there was no such thing as obligatory service, is that correct?
Yes.
That is correct. No, there wasn't any. Everything was done on a voluntary basis.
As territorial forces of the KLA.
Yeah.
No. Everything was within the battalion, the brigade, other lower sectors. This is what should be the case in terms of structures.
In a conventional army.
That's the bra.
Yes.
Paragraph 3, for example, paragraph 3.1, the KLA has a hierarchical structure. Do you see that?
Yes.
Let me ask you this. When you arrived in the middle of 1998, did the KLA have, in your view, a hierarchical structure, or was its structure horizontal?
No. In 98, there wasn't any hierarchical structure. Only at the level of battalion, yes, we had the squad, the platoons, the companies, and the brigades.
These two, paragraph 13, as the heading, which deals under chapter 3 with awards that can be made by various ranks in the Kosovo Liberation Army. You see the heading? It'll be with you in a second. And if we look to, you can see the heading, these are the various levels of rewards that different ranks can bestow upon soldiers beneath them in this hypothetical hierarchy. Could we look at paragraph 15 and 16 briefly? As you can see on paragraph 15, for non-commissioned officers on obligatory service, the awards range from being thanked to having a personal photograph taken in front of the unfurled unit combat flag, down to decorations with orders and medals proposal. Now, were there orders and medals in the KLA? Did you have medals made to reward non-commissioned officers?
No, we didn't have bread to eat, let alone medals. There were no awards. I'm repeating. This expresses our wishful thinking for it to be that, but it was impossible for us to realize it in our specific circumstances. We were living under extraordinary circumstances.
16, for the senior officers, there are various levels of award that can be given from, by a section commander, a platoon commander, a company commander, a battalion commander. Again, is that something that is potentially an accurate description in 1998 of how the KLA was organised?
In our battalion, yes, that was the case. From the squad, platoon, company, and brigade. This is what happened. I'm talking about Budakova battalion.
Did you have a platoon commander above you in Budakova battalion?
Do you mean above me?
The various ranks, are they a realistic description of the way things were in Budakova and across Kosovo in 1998?
Objection, Your Honor. Asked and answered very clearly.
Overruled. Go ahead.
We didn't have grades. Didn't have any military grades. We only had the squad, platoon, and brigades. Nobody had any military grades.
Please to point 6 under paragraph 16. There's a list of awards that can be made by the Corps, it is described as, the Division MKA FLD, which I think I'm right in saying is the Albanian Navy or Aviation. Is that right?
Yes, but it doesn't apply to us. It's not our rules.
They have at its disposal in 1998. How many battleships and planes did the KLA have? It
500.
I think probably better.
Don't make jokes, please. Do you know the Kosovo terrain? Do you know where it is situated? You know how big its area is? We are serious people. We have to ask and answer serious questions. These are questions which are not realistic, please.
My question is that this document as a whole is not realistic. I'm going to suggest to you.
It is not. It is not.
And can you for us whether Sadiq Halit Yahar's first answer, namely that he drafted this with your assistance, or his second answer was correct? Did you have anything to do with the drafting of this document?
No, this is not our document. This applies to Albania. We don't have any fleet, any aviation. And I saw from the beginning it was about military obligation for the reservists and things like that, which we never had. I'm repeating for the umpteenth time. We are talking of a voluntary army. You cannot obligate anyone. You didn't have any grades. I don't know what you have in mind. I asked you a simple question. Do you know where Kosovo is situated and its territory?
The question was this an aspirational document that you helped draft, or did you have nothing to do with it? Have you seen it before?
You.
No.
No. No, we have nothing to do with it.
That's my question.
Thank you, Mr. Emerson. Judge Mitro had a question for Mr. Potch.
Yes, Mr. Patch, it's simply to renew a request I made yesterday to Mr. Chapin for the SPO to verify whether you have a non-redacted or lesser redacted version of Exhibit P987. Could you please come back to us before the end of the day today with a response if you are able? Thank you.
Certainly.
Thank you. Mr. Roberts, any questions?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Alejandra, I know you have some questions, so we will take the morning break at this time so that you will not be interrupted. Witness, we take a half-hour break at this time, so please leave the room with the court usher. Remember not to speak to anyone about your testimony outside of the courtroom.
I won't.
We're adjourned until 11:30.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated, please. Please bring the witness back. Yes, James. Mr. Potch.
Thank you, Your Honor. In relation to Judge Metro's query, I'm told that an unredacted version of P987 can be found at SPOE 0024858 to 0024861, pages 4 to 34, and that item is 1021B disclosed in Disclosure 64.
I'm very grateful. Thank you.
All right, witness Ms. Alejandra, who represents Mr. Krasniqi, will be asking you questions next. She's to your far right.
Good morning, witness. I'm Venkateshwari Alagendra, and I'm counsel for Mr. Jakub Krasniqi. I don't have many questions. If I could first take you to P01136, Part 1, please, page 27 to 28. And the Albanian translation is at pages 33 to 34. But as that's part of the interview you gave to the prosecution, And I'll ask you some questions relevant to that part of your evidence. You've said you're a lawyer, witness, correct?
Pa kam deklaruar në fillim.
Correct. I stated this at the very beginning.
And you advised the soldiers on how to treat civilians, men, women, children, and the sick, correct?
Ashtu është.
Correct.
The message was clear, wasn't it? You told the soldiers not to mistreat and maltreat people because you knew that sometimes civilians may make a mistake or say something that could be misinterpreted, correct?
Shumë e vërtet.
Correct.
Them not to misunderstand people because you were in their houses, correct?
Po.
Correct.
You were an expert, you were a lawyer, and it was part of your research. Is that correct?
Normalisht.
Correct.
You knew that one day after the war there would be liability for everyone that had implicated or was close to a suspected activity, correct?
Pa tjetër çdo fillim
Correct. Everything that starts has an end.
And you were quite aware that each one would be liable for your own actions, weren't you, witness?
po ashtu është edhe praktika.
And that's also the practice.
Trying to make sure that soldiers behaved as soldiers and that they behaved humanely to civilians. Yes?
Detyra ime ka qenë çaja.
That was my duty, indeed.
And those were your efforts to ensure that they respected the law because there would be accountability one day, correct?
Ashtu.
Correct.
Testified that your tasks as a legal advisor beginning in April 1999 did not differ from your tasks as legal advisor prior to the end of September 1998. Do you recall that?
Po.
Correct. They were the same.
KLA in the Pashtric zone wanted soldiers to comply with the law and behave humanely to civilians, particularly the women, the children, and the sick. That's right, isn't it?
Po ashtu të edukuar mirë.
Yes, well educated persons based on the circumstances and the conditions of war, if you understand me.
Because you're dealing with people that were not schooled, that had not carried a weapon. So you had to prepare them to be aware of what they might not have been aware of. Yes?
Nuk mund të them që s'ishin të edukuar.
I cannot say that they were not educated, but they lacked knowledge in this regard.
You've also testified that you didn't advise commanders. That's correct?
Saktë.
Correct.
Question. Yesterday you testified that you usually were reporting to Tahir Sinani, who was the commander of the zone staff. Do you recall saying that?
Po.
Correct.
Tahir Sinani and Sadiq Khalid Yaha knew what your role was and what you were doing. Is that correct?
Tahir Sinani më ka emnuar atë
Tahir Sinani appointed me to that position. Commander Tahir Sinani did.
Yes. And they did not try to undermine you, did they?
ai garë është.
Is this meant to be a joke? How would the commander undermined their own staff.
Soldiers, they didn't try to undermine that, did they? I mean, they weren't trying to tell the soldiers, go and target civilians, terrorize them, threaten them, take advantage of them. They weren't doing that, were they?
The word undermine was very hard. Maybe it was a question of interpretation. It's a bad thing to do. No one would want to undermine their people or their staff. I was appointed by them. I was appointed by the commander. And every commander wants and wishes for what they have undertaken to be conducted successfully. So that wouldn't make sense if they were to undermine their own staff. That would be self-contradicting.
Tell the soldiers to behave properly, correct?
Correct.
Now, your role of legal advisor was not a regular position in every battalion or brigade, was it? To your knowledge.
No, there couldn't be one.
Every zone, to your knowledge, am I correct?
I don't know about the other zones. I can only speak about the zone I was part of.
And moving to another topic. Witness, you were stationed in Kostets in April and May 1999. Is that correct?
Correct.
Locality of Soareke?
Yes.
The town was controlled by the Serbian forces, correct?
At any time, the town was controlled by the Serbian forces, constantly. Not only during a specific period of time, but throughout the time.
Indians living there and other villagers close to the Serbian bases, they left their houses and were seeking shelter in the mountains, correct?
Correct. Some went to the mountains, others, when the pressure and NATO bombardments intensified, were then expelled outside the borders of Kosovo, some to Albania, others to Kosovo, others to Macedonia, and others to Montenegro.
All those villages because they feared that the Serbian forces would enter and massacre the civilian population, correct?
Correct.
Now, do you know at the time approximately how many refugees were sheltered in the villages around Kostets?
Your Honor, I object as to relevance. When it comes to this topic of questioning, I believe counsel has a duty to explain the relevance as to why we're getting into this kind of detail.
Yes, this is beyond the scope of the direct examination, so please state your case to the witness before going further.
Your Honor, the witness has testified on that nearly 1 million inhabitants were driven out. I'm just trying to get an estimation of what the refugee population was in those villages.
For what purpose?
To show the situation at the time, Your Honor. He was operating in those villages. The witness is able to answer those questions.
Go ahead, you may, but please try to make it relevant to the case.
Right. Could you answer the question, witness? At the time, approximately how many refugees were sheltered in the villages around Kostets?
numri ka qenë me mira, por unë
There were in thousands. However, I said that over a million civilians from the entire Kosovo were driven out. Having in mind that the population of Kosovo at that time was approximately 1.5 million, so a part of this 1 million were expelled to Albania, others to Macedonia, Montenegro, so these are facts, but I'm referring to the entire Kosovo, not specifically and only to the Bashtik zone.
Were sheltered in the villages around the Berisha Mountains, approximately.
po na nuk I kemi një, na kemi
We didn't count them. These are estimates, so they were in thousands.
Now, witness, you explained that the LDK started as a popular movement and it was embraced by every Kosovar. That's correct, isn't it?
po saktë është kjo para.
That's correct. Before the war, when the LDK was established in the 90s, everybody in Kosovo supported the LDK. However, we did not think that we could achieve anything through peaceful means, negotiations, or through this approach. Initially, this was the approach. When we realized that this was not bringing any results, the need for a different, another movement arose, which was the Kosovo Liberation Army, because the previous one did not produce any results. The theory supported by Ibrahim Rugova.
And many LDK members joined the KLA.
Certainly, the entire people were in the KLA. There was no political party in the KLA. When the armed struggle started, the political party ceased to exist.
Right, and many served the KLA honorably, faithfully, and were well respected, correct?
Yes, certainly.
Now, the KLA were drawn from and supported by the local villages, weren't they?
Nga populli.
From the people. Villages, towns supported it. It's a different matter that towns were under the enemy control. We could not enter towns because that would have resulted in massacres. If a Serb soldier or policeman had been killed, they would have massacred the entire population. This was seen previously in Bosnia, the ratio 1 to 100. When they declared that if one Serbian soldier or police officer is killed, 100 civilians will be killed, regardless of the fact they are men, women, children, things that have not been written anywhere. People, husbands and wives that have been killed in their bed, burned alive.
Right, and after the Jashari massacre and other massacres, there was a constant fear among the Kosovan population that the Serbian military and paramilitary forces were going to enter villages and massacre their families, right? That's the fear you described.
I didn't understand the question.
Fear among the people that the Serbian military and paramilitaries were going to enter villages and massacre their families. Wasn't there?
Certainly, there was no one to prevent them from doing this.
Is it the case that the villagers spread rumors based on their suspicions of some people passing information to the Serbian forces?
Ezt tényleg kapasztani dúvgyuszka.
Now, there were lots of things happening in the war, but these were not relevant matters.
And you'll agree with me that the risk to civilians was even greater in the villages where it was known that the KLE was sheltered or was operating, correct?
There was a greater danger, however, we tried our best to protect them until we were defeated. The resistance lasted for months before they could enter KLA territory. But at the end, seeing that this was dangerous, being under constant attack, we had to withdraw, and the entire territory of Kosovo was in this situation.
Thank you very much, witness. Those are my questions.
Thank you, Ms. Alexandra. Mr. Patch, any redirect?
Yes, Your Honor, briefly. Witness, earlier today, and you were referring to the actions of Agim Zuba and Naim Kadali, we heard the following. I'm reading from page 30 of today's transcript, lines 15 to 17. Witness, the question was, did they take the women away? They, as I said, referring to Agim Zuba and Naim Kadali. And you answered, I don't know. I proposed for them to be released. I don't know what happened any further. Now, witness, do you remember stating in your 2020 SPO interview that after Agim Zuba and Naim Kadali had transferred Latifa and Rusha Kololny, they told you that they had taken them to the brigade? Do you remember stating that, or do you not remember stating that?
No, I don't know where they took them to. I didn't have any information.
Court officer, I'd like to please call up P1136.3 ET, side by side with P1136.3 AT. And in the English, I will be reading from page 18, line 17, to page 19, line 6. And this corresponds in the Albanian to page 22, line 17, to page 23, line 16. So witness, as you can see, this is from your SPO 2020 interview. I'm going to read an excerpt, and then I'm going to ask you if that refreshes your recollection. Question. In your 2002 statement, you said that on Sadi Khalitiaha's order, Agim Zuba and Naim Kadolny escorted Latifa and Rusha to the brigade. You said Agim and Naim were military police in Budakov, and that you don't know what happened to Latifa and Rusha after that. Were you present when Sadiq gave that order to Agim and Naim? Answer, no. Question, how did you know that there was such an order? Answer, yes, I heard, because when the police, after they had transferred them there or taken them there, when they returned or they came back, they mentioned that they had taken them there. Question, where did they mention they had taken them exactly? Answer, I don't know. You can ask them. I don't know. They said that we sent them to the brigade. Question, and this was Agim Zuba and Naim Kadolny said that to you? Answer, yes, correct. Witness, can you tell the judges if the excerpt I just read out here is correct?
Objection. Again, this is the paragraph 6 of proofing note 1 that was tendered for the truth of its contents. And now he's being taken back to the uncorrected version of the statement. I just want my objection for the record.
Objections in the record and overruled. Go ahead.
Witness, my question is whether you remember stating that to the SPO and whether what I read out is correct.
Unë sa di kësaj pyetje ju kam përgjigje edhe më herë.
I think I answered this question before.
Let's just answer the question now.
E thashën edhe më herët,
I said it earlier that you can ask the relevant persons as to who gave the order. I have also stated that Hakim Zuba named Kadoli. They know themselves who advised or instructed them to take persons to anywhere. I was not involved in the escort or transport, so I have no knowledge.
To obtain clarity on is whether, as you said in your SPO interview, Agim Zuba and Naim Kadolli told you that they sent Latifa and Rusha to the brigade. Is that correct, or is what was said in your SPO interview not truthful?
ku I kanë çuar ata unë s'kam ide.
I have no idea where they took them to. However, I know that they took them somewhere because they had this task, they took this task on them.
And to clarify, you know that they took them somewhere because, as you said in your SPO interview, they, Zuba and Kadolli, told you that they did so, or some other way?
Po. Zyba dhe Kadolli.
Zuba and Kadoli.
Just the last question to be clear, you're saying Zuba and Kadolli told you that they transferred Latifa and Rusha Kololi somewhere, correct?
S'po di qysh diku tjetër s'po.
I can't see where would that other place be. They transported them. I don't know where because I was not with them. It was only those two.
A question which you're not answering. I'd like you to focus on the words. I'll repeat it again, Your Honor, with your leave. I believe the question is
Go
simple
ahead.
enough. Thank you, Your Honor. Witness, can you confirm that your testimony today is that Agim Zuba and Naim Kadolli told you that they transferred Latifa and Rusha Kololi somewhere?
Po.
Yes.
Your questions.
Thank you. Judge Mitro.
Thank you, Judge Smith, and good morning, witness. I have questions for you in relation to some matters that you already touched upon with the parties. The first one I want to ask you about is about your relationship to other members of the battalion, and I want to be sure that I have understood it properly. My first question is, I understand your evidence to be that you had a good general relationship with other members of the 2nd Battalion. Would that be right?
Po, zotri gjykat.
That's right. We were in good terms.
And in particular, from your evidence, I understand that you had a relationship of trust with Sadiq Ali Tiaha, correct?
Po.
Correct.
I think you described as a friend to the SPO. Is that right?
Po.
Correct.
Well, during the preparation session that you followed at least part of his testimony in this court. Is that right?
Do sequenza.
Some parts.
And I understand you to tell us that you also had a generally good relationship with members of the military police from the battalion in the summer of 1998. I think you used the word a relationship of respect. Is that correct?
Correct.
With Mr. Sadri Emerlahu, you had a good professional relationship with him during your time in the KLA.
Yes, we had good relationships with everybody, not only with Sadri.
To ask you about two incidents that you were asked about by the parties. One has to do with Latif and Rouchet Kololi, and the other one has to do with Feta Rudi. I'll start with the Kololis. You indicated, and simply to go back to what you said, that you are aware of that case and that you in fact met the Kololis while they were in KLA detention. Is that right?
That's right, I had a conversation with them.
Questioned them in particular about allegations that they were Serbian spies. Is that right?
That's right.
To your knowledge, did anyone other than you interrogated Latif and Rouchet Kololi about those allegations, or were you the only one?
No, I was the only one. As far as I know, no one else questioned them or had any conversations with them.
Maybe I put the proposition to the lawyer in you, but this would be the practice when you detain someone suspected of a crime, that someone will be put in charge of interrogating that detained person, right? And that person was you. Is that fair?
I was a legal advisor and I knew the rules better. That's the reason.
You told us that already, that you were a legal advisor, but in what capacity were you then interviewing someone suspected of a crime? Because there you were not providing legal advice to Ms. Latif and Rouchet Kololi. So in what capacity were you intervening in that process, if you can help us with that?
I don't understand, because I was not an investigator, I was not a judge there. Do you mean that I was supposed to give them legal advice? I was there, I had a conversation with them and asked questions about these allegations, that's it. I said it before, because there is much talk about the supposed military court. There was no military source, there were no resources, conditions, people to establish such a court. This was only an ambition to set up such a structure at the time.
When you say conversation, you were actually asking them questions, right? They were not asking you questions. You were the one putting questions to them and they were answering. Is that right?
Yes.
Leave, correct?
After this talk, they were free to leave. Nobody ordered them to stay, but they were merely identified by certain persons, brought there, and then we had this interview or conversation, and that was it.
What happened to them in a moment, but during the time when you interrogated them, they were not free to leave. Is that right?
When you have a conversation with somebody, nobody can just stand up and leave. It was a conversation, so nobody could leave of the two parties that are conversing. I don't know if I made myself clear, Your Honor. This conversation involves two persons. If one leaves, then there is no conversation. So we had that conversation, both parties willing, discussed some issues, and then I came to the conclusion that there was nothing to worry about.
Let me ask you this. Is it your evidence that Latif and Rouchet Kololi were free to stand up during your conversation, leave the room, and go back to their home? Is that your evidence?
No. After having this conversation, no. After the conversation, they were free.
Now, who assigned you that responsibility, if anyone, to talk to the Chololis?
I had that responsibility once I was appointed as a legal advisor.
And you were appointed to that position, you told us, by Sadi Kalitiaha, correct?
Correct.
Exercising his authority. Would that be fair?
Yeah, I think so. It may be put in that way.
And the lawyer in you, you are conducting the interrogation of someone who's suspected of or two persons who are suspected of pretty serious criminal offenses. What legal authority did you have, you personally, to interrogate these people? What did you understand to be the legal instrument or the document or the authority that entitled you to do that?
It was based on the decision appointing me legal advisor by the battalion.
Authority did you understand Mr. Alitiaha to have to give you that power? In other words, where did the authority of Mr. Alitiaha come to designate you to interrogate suspects?
Mr. Alitiaha was the battalion commander. I have mentioned it several times.
And that, sir, what I'm trying to get at, and I'm asking again the lawyer in you, in that particular context, on what basis, in your understanding, could Mr. Alitiaha tell you that you have the power to interrogate people suspected of crimes? Surely, in order to issue an order to that effect, he must have authority to do that. Or did he have no such authority?
He had authority. There was no one else in that brigade who had that authority. In that battalion, I meant.
That authority.
I don't know. I have no idea.
So, in summary, you were interrogating people based on Mr. Alitiaha's order without any idea where he drew his authority from. Is that fair?
Yes.
Same if I asked you about the authority to detain someone. Where did he get that authority from?
I already said it's not a detention, it's an identification of someone who enters a war zone. It's an identification of an unknown person who enters a war zone under our control, and such persons considered suspicious.
Chololis, they did not enter anyone's territory. They were there, right? They did not come from somewhere else. They were in territory controlled by the KLA. Is that right?
Yes, Kanchan.
No, they weren't.
You are saying that they were free to leave. So if they are not detained, they were free to leave while in the hands of the KLA. Is that your evidence?
Após a entrevista.
No, after our conversation, I meant.
Where did you understand the authority to detain civilians, suspected spies in this instance, came from, if you know? If you don't know, say so.
Que eu entrei
This authority was given to him by the battalion staff, Budakova battalion staff. So this order, or how I may put it, it's a general unwritten order that every person who tries to enter a territory under the control of the battalion had to be, or to leave that area, had to be identified. Myself, when I entered, when I had been home and so on, was stopped and asked who you are. So it was part of their authority. There was a general order of the staff that anyone who was unknown should be identified, legitimized. And we knew.
I want to be clear and get short answers. Is it your evidence that Latif and Rouchet Kololi were arrested because they entered a territory under the control of the battalion? Is that your evidence? That's why they were detained?
They were not detained, they were identified, I'm saying, because they entered the wall territory and there were rumors that they were not morally clean.
Allegations, as I understand your evidence, is that they were accused of espionage for the Serbs, and that after you had interrogated them, it was your view that there was no merit to the allegation and that they had simply engaged in what you believed was prostitution. Is that right?
Yes.
They have legislation prohibiting prostitution, assuming, of course, that this is what happened.
No.
A basis on which to detain someone, correct? In the KLA.
But as I said, to identify someone who is entering a war zone is something that could be done. There was nothing wrong. Then there were rumors that they are not good persons, that they might be engaged in some suspicious activity, but it was not that we banned prostitution. That's why I said they can leave, they are free. Prostitution is not banned even now.
I wonder if I might just interrupt briefly, because it occurs to me that there may be some confusion between domestic legislation and the international humanitarian law right to detain for imperative reasons of security.
Well, Mr. Emerson, don't make these submissions in front of the witness. I've given him a chance. If you want, I've asked him what the legal basis. You can go back to it in your question and ask him whether, in his understanding, there was another legal basis. I believe it might be more an issue of submissions, but it's for you to decide, Mr. Emerson.
Microphone, please.
I'll put the question which I understand Mr. Emerson to be interested in. When you arrested or detained people, and put aside the one case we've been decided, did you understand that you were complying with international humanitarian law when you were doing so?
Yes, certainly.
Of international humanitarian law did you understand to be relying upon for that purpose?
Do I need to
Do I need to refer to the provision?
drejta mirësjelljes.
The right to a proper conduct, to equal treatment, all these rights that are guaranteed under international and domestic law.
Kemi pas atëherë.
We didn't have domestic laws then, so we had to rely on international conventions, war conventions, and so on. We have, in a way, incorporated them because they have a good intention when they are implemented.
Back to the Chololis. Now, in your SPO interview and in your unmixed statements, it's SPO interview part 3, page 15, and which is now P1136, and unmixed statement P1135 at page 2. You said that once you had determined, in your view, that there was no basis for the suggestion that the Chololis were spies, you went to Sadiq Ali Tiaha, brigade commander, and told him that in your view you proposed, words, to the battalion commander to release them or send them to the brigade. Do you recall that?
I talked with these two persons.
I'm putting to you what you said in the SPO interview. In the SPO interview, I'll read it to you. And what led you to believe that they were prostitutes? That's the question. On the basis of the opinions expressed by their co-villagers or co-citizens, neighbored that lived next door to them. Question. And when you proposed to the battalion commander to release them or send them to the brigade, did you do so in writing or verbally? Yes, to the brigade commander, to the brigade, to the battalion commander. And that was Sadiq Ali Tiaha. That's correct. So that's your SPO statement. And in your unmixed statement, P1135 at page 2, you said, and at the end, I concluded that they were only prostitutes of the lowest level for what I proposed to the commander of the battalion to release them or to send them further for further procedure to the brigade. So in your SPO interview and in your unmixed interview, you clearly stated that once you had determined that there was no merit to the allegation of spying, you went to Sadiq Ali Tiaha to make that proposition. Do you stand by these accounts, or do you wish to change them?
I talked with the SPO last week as well. Whenever I referred to Ali Tiaha, I meant the battalion staff, because he in a way embodied the staff. The staff had several members, and of course they must have decided together.
Let's be clear. When you talk about the battalion commander, you are now changing that account to suggest that this wasn't to Mr. Ali Tiaha personally, but to someone in the staff. Is that the account you're giving us today?
Yes. Yes, I meant the staff.
You also continue, and that's your SPO interview, part 3, page 17. And in your NMIC interview, you say, that's the question of the SPO. Going back to Latif and Rouchet specifically, what did Sadiq Ali Tiaha say to you when you proposed to release them or send them to the brigade? Okay, let's continue like that. That was your response. And then SPO asked, like what? Released or send them to brigade? To send them down there to the brigade. So here, your SPO interview that suggests that it was again what Mr. Ali Tiaha said to you. Do you agree with that?
I don't recall at this moment that I talked with him, but it was my proposal to release these two women, and there was no other procedure. My opinion was that they had nothing to do with the charges of espionage, as was claimed by the local population. They knew them, they were from that area. So their going and coming out of police station raised suspicion. But later, after we had this conversation, I found out that they didn't have any aim to conduct espionage activity.
Remember having had that conversation with Sadiq Ali Tiara, correct?
Sadiq wasn't always present at the battalion. He was on the move. He had to cover the entire territory. He had other obligations, supplies and so on.
Question, sir. Is there evidence now that you don't remember having had that conversation with Sadiq Ali Tiara?
I don't remember. I may have had, but I don't remember. Because you couldn't meet Sadiq every time you wanted to. He was engaged in other things as well.
Information we have on this. Can the registry please bring up SITF 000327882? So what you will have in front of you, sir, is a statement of Naim Kadoli, whom you've mentioned several times as one of the two KLA members who escorted the Kololi, Latif and Rouche, correct?
Yes.
Naim Kadoli was a member of the military police at battalion level, is that right?
Yes.
Later in 98 or early in 99, he would become deputy head of ZKZ S2 at battalion level. Are you aware of that?
No. Never heard of that.
Now, the statement here is dated the 6th of October 2002, so it was only a few years after the events. And I want to take you to some of the things that Mr. Kadoli recalled and were recorded there to see if they mirrors or are inconsistent with your own recollection. Can we scroll down a bit? And sir, I apologize. I don't think we have a Albanian translation of this, so I'll read the passages for the record. First, he explained what his role was in the summer of 1998. So he says, I started in KLA since the beginning of June 1998, and I served till the end of the war. I served on 2nd Battalion of Brigade 123 in the village of Budakova. Commander of the battalion was Sadiq Ali Tiara. We had only one uniform, but one time I served as military police. And then he said, in the beginning I served as military police, and later I served as an ordinary soldier. I'll stop there for a second. Is that consistent with what you know about Naim Kadoli up to that point?
I don't know. I knew that he was the military police. which was a rapid intervention unit, people more capable, kind of elect. That's why we call them military police. As far as what it says here, that afterwards I was an ordinary soldier, this I don't know. I can't answer that for him.
Then he's being asked, do you know the names of Latife and Rouche Kololi? And he says, now I remember for what case you are talking about. I remember the case, but I don't know them by name. And then he's being asked, when did you see them or hear about them, and the conditions when you saw or hear about them? And his answer is this: for the first time I saw them when the order was given by the commander of the battalion. It was document order to me and Agim Zuba to escort them from Budakovo to the brigade. Do you understand what he's saying?
Yes, he has explained it. He had an order, apparently. I can't interpret it otherwise.
From the battalion commander, just as you had said to the SPO when they interviewed you, right, that the order to arrest Latif and Rouche Kololi had come from Mr. Alitiaha, is that right?
No, not to arrest them. They were not arrested. I'm emphasizing they were identified, and Sadiq didn't issue any order. It was a general order in the battalion that everyone who enters the war zone had to be identified. They were also identified. Sadiq Alitiaha didn't know them. The general order applied to the battalion for anyone entering the war zone to ask them to identify themselves. If there were suspicions related to someone, then you had to talk with them. Sadiq didn't know them, I didn't know them, but the local population people knew them.
2002 to UNMIC. It's P1135, page 2. It's about the middle of the page. You're being asked about the arrest of Latif and Rouche Kololi, and the question is, who gave the order for arrest and what was the reason for arrest? And your answer is, order for arrest gave Sadiq Alitiaha, commander of the battalion. Was suspicion that they cooperate with enemy forces, Serbian police. So, do you stand by that account that the order for arrest of Latif and Rouche Kololi came from Sadiq Alitiaha, as you had said in 2002, or do you wish to change that account?
No, I am not changing it, but I don't know how that is said like that. I'm saying again that Salit didn't know that. Halit didn't know them. I didn't know them. Naim Kadoli didn't know them personally. It was the population, local population there in Budakova who knew them. We had no idea who they were. Specifically, Sadiq came from Switzerland after 15 years. It was impossible for him to know anyone. I said he might have known 10% of the population, but there was a general order, as I'm saying.
It's useful to repeat it.
I said
Back to SITF 0003278, the statement of Naim Kadoli, and we'll continue from there. At the bottom of that page, he's being asked, do you know who arrested them, talking about the Kololis, and brought to Budakova? And his answer was, I heard that Mushe Cherkinai arrested them. Is that consistent with your account that it was Mus Cherkinai who
açtığı kanalın
Yes, this is what I heard too.
dışı sık
But I didn't talk with Mus. But I was told that Mus was the one that detained and identified them.
This was military police, right?
bu.
Yes.
Next page, please, in that document. I'll start just to go into a small detail. It is being asked, Mr. Kadoli, do you know how long the women were kept in Budakova? And he says, as far as I know, about 24 hours. Is that consistent with your own recollection of how long they spent in Budakova before being taken away?
I think less than that.
Then, if you go further down, he's being asked how many people you escorted to the HQ of the brigade in Nishor, and who was, I think it meant expecting you. And his answer is, for first, I want to clarify to you one thing, that we didn't send them to the HQ in Nishor, but we left them to Semitishte village. On that village, we sent 3 persons, among 2 ladies, was, and Suleiman Kokolari. Together with me was Agim Zuba. On village Semitishte, we were stopped by a group of soldiers where I recognized Naim Berisha. We asked him about the HQ of the brigade, and told him that we have 3 prisoners to send there. He answered to us that we have no rights to know where the HQ of the brigade, where is the HQ of the brigade. Then he took the prisoners on his responsibility to send them to the HQ of the brigade. He signed the document that he accepted the prisoners on his responsibility. After that, we returned to Budakova. I want to say that Naim had the sign of MP on his shoulder. He was together with 3-4 other soldiers, but I did not recognize none of them. Now, do you know who is Naim Berisha of the brigade?
Yes.
No. I never stayed with him. I never saw him, but I heard of him.
And did you hear from Agim Zuba and Naim Kadoli when you talked to them that particular account that they had left the Kololis and Mr. Kokolari to Naim Berisha of the brigade?
Yes.
No, I have no information in this regard. They certainly know better, since they have given their own statements.
The other escort, Agim Zuba, had to say about this at the time in 2002. It's SITF 0032792. And what you will see again is an unmixed statement of this one of 24 August 2002 of Agim Zuba. And just to check with you that you can confirm that Agim Zuba was a member of the military police in your battalion in June and July of '98, correct?
Correct.
ZKZ, S2, deputy head. I'm sorry, he became the head. Mr. Kadoli became the deputy head. Are you aware that he was later promoted at brigade level to, at battalion level to ZKZ? Are you aware of that?
Yo.
No, I'm not. I never heard this.
Mr. Zuba had to say at the time about this matter. He said, at the beginning I was a soldier, later on I became military police. I was active on the village Budakova. It was not brigade, it was battalion, and the commander was Sadik Alityaha. At the time, at the beginning, the brigade commander was Berim Kuchi from Suareka. And he says, in Budakova, we were acting as battalion, means that there was no search court in Budakova. I mean, up to that point, you agree with the account Mr. Zuba is saying about his role and whereabouts?
He knows better, but as far as I know and I can see, there is no contradiction in this, because Sadik was there, Berim Kuchi was the brigade commander in Soreka.
If he knows you, he is being asked, did you know Nureddin Abazi and what was his duty? And here is his answer. Nureddin Abazi was in Budakova. He was also a member of the military police because he was the highest educated person amongst us. He also worked as an advisor. He's graduated in law in Pristina University. Now, my question is this. Do you have an idea on what basis Mr. Zuba would have understood you to be a member of the military police?
I have no idea. I have never been a military police member. It is true, indeed, though, that I was a legal advisor and I had a law graduated. I was first a soldier, an ordinary soldier, and then I was made legal advisor.
To your role in a minute, but can we first turn to page 3 of this document? That's SITF 000327994, please. Thank you. And if we can scroll down a little bit further down, further up, please. A bit up. Further up. I don't have the same page. It would be SITF 000327994.
Your Honour, if it helps, I think that it's the wrong document on the screen at the moment. We're still in the previous one that was being shown to the
I think
witness.
you are right again, Mr. Roberts, and I'm grateful. This is the first page of the document is SITF 000327992 is the first page. And if we can please go to the third page. And I'm grateful, Mr. Roberts. If we can scroll down a little bit. Here, Mr. Zuba is being asked, what do you know about the disappearing of two persons, Latife Kololi and her daughter, Rushe Kololi? And he says, and know that they were arrested somewhere outside village Budakova between 22 August 1998. After the arresting, they were brought in Budakova and they were held for 24 hours. So first let me ask you this about the date. Is that consistent with your recollection that this incident occurred between the 19th and the 22nd of August of 1998?
I don't recall the date.
As far as this record is concerned, Mr. Zuba, like Mr. Kadoli, is recorded as saying that the Kololi, Latife and Rushi are being held and that they were arrested and that they were held in Budakova. Do you see that?
I am listening to the interpretation because this is in English. But again, they were identified. Now he seems to have stated here that they were arrested. I wouldn't know how he understood this or the terms. However, this is his statement.
Be SITF 000329795. And if we can scroll down a little bit, thank you. Now he's being asked, Mr. Zuba, who gave the order to you to transport Latife, Rushe, Kololi, and Suleiman Kokolari from the village Budakova? And his answer is, Naim Kadoli and me were given the order by Commander Sadiq Alityaha to send the three of them in brigade, because there was no reason to keep them in Budakova. On the way, we met a Kiele MP, military police, whose name is Naim Hair Berisha, in village Semetishte. There, we handed over them to him. So, do you agree, first, that this account appears to be consistent with the account of Naim Kadoli about what happened in terms of them taking these two ladies and handing them to Naim Berisha in Semetishte? Yes?
Their statements are the same because they were together. So I would assume it is as they have stated. But again, I cannot comment on his statement. But it would appear that this is the same thing being stated because they were together.
Also consistent, isn't it? And I will read the passages to you if necessary. It's also consistent with what you had told UNMIK and the SPO, that the order to take them to the brigade was given by Sadiq Alityaha, right?
They certainly know because they have discussed this and stated this.
You don't recall yourself telling that it was, and I quote, the commander of the battalion, Sadiq Alityaha, gave the order while they were escorted by Agim Zuba and Naim Kadoli. You don't recall saying that in your SPO interview, part 3, page 18, that it was in fact Mr. Alityaha who gave that order?
I mentioned this earlier. Maybe this was a mistake. I, again, do not remember. I don't see how this is relevant, knowing that they were directly involved in this procedure.
Dispute the account of Mr. Zuba and Mr. Kadoli on this, correct?
I cannot comment other people's statements. I don't have the authority to comment on other people's statements, writings, decisions. They know better what they were doing.
What appears to have been a handover of Latif and Rushe Kololi to Naim Berisha of the military police, they were never seen alive again, these two women. Do you agree with that?
It's unclear to me. The question, please, what do I agree with?
Do you agree that after the handover to Naim Berisha, these ladies were never seen alive again? Do you agree with that?
The only occasion I saw them was the one I mentioned. I never heard or saw them until after the war. This was an extraordinary circumstance and situation. We were in war. We didn't have time to think of our families. Our families were in danger. My family was in the village of Mushtish, surrounded by 250 Serb families. I could not even get information about them, so let alone being in a position to obtain information about other things. This was extremely difficult. The situation was very severe.
Repeatedly that you had some concerns about their security, correct?
Yes.
As to where they had gone and what happened to them, correct? You never ask Sadiq Ali Tiaha, or you say the staff of the battalion, where have they gone, what happened to them? You never made such inquiries.
No, Your Honor, I did not make any inquiries because, as I said, we were worried and busy with the war, how this would be conducted further, how would this would end, and then our families, which was our main concern.
You told us that you applied international humanitarian law. Do you know what are the obligations of a party to an armed conflict when handing over a detainee to another individual? Do you know what those obligations are under international humanitarian law, since you were telling us that you were trying to comply with it?
I simply assessed that there was nothing in relation to the claims or allegations raised against them, as a result of which I proposed for them to be released. And based on that proposal, they took them most probably to a location which was preferred by some specific individual. And that was not the only matter we had to deal with. We had a lot of other things to do.
To my question, you told us, in answer to my question, which had been prompted by Mr. Emerson, that you, which I understood to be at least the battalion, if not beyond the battalion, were trying to comply with international humanitarian law. Now my question is, do you know what the obligations of a party to an armed conflict when it transfers a detainee under international humanitarian law are? Do you know what those obligations are? If you don't know, say so.
Hand them over and transfer them to a place where they can be treated with dignity and where they are not subjected to any verbal or other forms of mistreatment. And I believe this is what happened.
Did you take any of these steps yourself to hand them over to a place where they can be treated with dignity and where they would not be subject to any verbal or other forms of mistreatment? Did you take any step to ensure that this was the case with them?
No, we did not have the possibility, the conditions to do that.
Let's look at another statement. It's SITF 000322827. And it's the statement of Mr. Musli or Mus Kololi that he gave to UNMIC on 20 April 2002. And Thankfully, sir, we have an Albanian translation of that document for you. Now, the first thing I want to ask you to reiterate, if you haven't said so already, is that, again, Mus Chololi, or Musli Kololi, I'm sorry, was a member of the military police within the 2nd Battalion in the summer of 1998, correct?
Correct.
Then let's look at what he said back in 2002, as recorded here. He says, in the end of June 1998, they established the HQ in Budakovo, but as far as I know, the main HQ was opened 2 months before in Semitishte village, but I'm not sure in that. He says the local HQ were established on the order of the main HQ. Commander of the main HQ was Blerim Kuchi. The commander of the local HQ in Budakovo village was Sadik Alityaha. And he says, I joined the KLA on 15 July 1998 after the murder of the local, I skipped the sentence, after the murder of the local commander of military police in Budakovo, Jamal Reja, in the middle of August 1998, I took over that duty. Now, as far as this part of his account is concerned, do you have any issue with it? Or can you confirm that, as far as you know, that account is correct?
When it says based on the order of the commander of the general staff, it's a misinterpretation, mischaracterization. Blerim Kuchi was commander of the zone main staff. We had no connections or to the general staff. In my opinion, Blerim Kuchi was commander of Brigade 123. He was a commander of the brigade because it reads everywhere general staff, but it has nothing to do with the general staff.
He is recorded as saying this. On the 24th August 1998 was a big battle in the region of the village of Semitishte and some other villages also, and you've testified to that already. He said 1 week before, approximately 17 of August 1998, the military police, Mus Cherkini, who lived in the village of Savrovo in the morning, approximately 9 to 10 hours. Cherkini, I'm grateful, sir. Mus Cherkini, who lived in the village of Savrovo in the morning, approximately 9 to 10 hours, detained Suleiman Kokolari. Mus Cherkini informed me that he detained Suleiman Kokolari. And that's, again, I think is consistent with your earlier account that it was indeed Mus Cherkini who had detained Mr. Kokolari.
Correct.
Or he's recorded as saying, on my question why he said he had the order from Commander Sadik Alityaha, Musa Cherkini also informed that he had order from Sadik Alityaha to arrest Latif and Rushe Kololi. Approximately 2 hours after that, also he arrested those two ladies. Probably Mus Cherkini informed Sadik Alityaha about it. So do you agree that, again, we have an account here from another member of the military police of the battalion that the order to arrest Latif and Rushe Kololi was, as you had told the SPO, an order from Sadik Alityaha. Do you agree with that?
I don't know about this. Now, if Mus Cherkini knows about this, he can give a statement. I can't see, I have no idea that Mus Cherkini would have received an order to arrest or to detain someone, as I said earlier.
Because in your SPO interview, part 3, page 4, you ask this, Mr. Abazi, in your 2002 statement that we were discussing earlier, you said that you heard that Latif and Rouche Kololi were arrested in August 1998 by Mus Cherkini, possibly in Savrova, following an order from Sadiq Ali Tiaha on suspicion they cooperated with the Serbian police. Is that correct? And your answer is, it is exactly like I said it there. So do you recall saying that not once, but twice?
And I explained what I thought and how I assessed this. I said it very clearly. They seem to have the information that somebody ordered them. I personally did not receive any order, nor did I need to receive any order to do something. I was not the type of person who needed to be ordered to do his job. Now, since they were military police members, they probably were ordered to do something. I still don't know. I have no idea.
Mr. Musli Kololi goes on to say this. It's the top of the page. According to Sadiq Ali Tiaha's order above mentioned, 3 persons were taken to main HQ. I do not know the exact locations. The names of the persons who escorted them are Agim Zuba and Naim Kadoli. I don't think you have do you have an issue with that statement, sir?
This is the information I have as well.
He says, for the time when they stayed in Budakovo, I know that Mus Cherkini and Nureddin Abazi had a conversation with them. I know that Nureddin Abazi is working in the court in Suvareka as a judge. Now, do you recall that when you talked to the Chololis that Mus Cherkini was also present? Can you confirm that or not?
Maybe he was. I don't recall it. It is possible he was, though.
Page, please. If we can scroll up the English, thank you. He's being asked, when were you deployed as a military police commander in Budakovo during the war? How many arrested detainees during this period? And he says, during the period I was Ucheka military police commander in Budakova, in the period 15-17 August 1998 to the end of September 1998, the only persons arrested was Suleiman Kokolari, Latifa, and Boucher Kololi. The arrest was on the order of Sadiq Ali Tiaha, not mine. I do not know why they were arrested. I did not make question about Sadiq Ali Tiaha's order. So do you agree there that, at least as far as Mr. Kololi's understanding of what he was doing there, is that he was arresting Latif and Rouche, Kololi and Suleiman Kokolari. They were not just there for a conversation. They were being arrested. Do you see that?
Was this about Mus Cherkini or Mus Kololi? Mus Cherkini.
That's an account from Mus Kololi, sir.
Mus Kololi, I see.
So you see that like Agim Zuba, Naim Kololi, Mus Kololi, they all have the same understanding that the Kololi, Latif, and Rouché were arrested and detained, yes?
They are in a position to comment their own statement, not, I have no right to do that.
Now let's turn to the next page in this statement.
I wish to add one more thing. There were also 2 Serbs mentioned earlier for identification purposes. They were also in Budakova. Now they're not being mentioned anymore. There was an old man with a minor child. He was also identified for entering the war zone. So this identification of person applied to everybody. Everyone who would set foot in the war zone, the area where our battalion operated. They were also brought to Budakova. We had a conversation with them. Actually, it was another person who had a conversation with them, and when I joined in, it was already over.
If we can turn the page, please. That's the good page. Now, Mr. Mus Kololi, he's being asked about a house. He's asked who was the owner of the house where the missing persons were held in August 98. And he's talking about Latif and Rouché Kololi. And he says the owner of the house was Palushi Bayram. And he's asked, can you recognize from the pictures shown Palush Bayram's house? And he says, yes, I recognize Palushi Bayram's house on one of the pictures. Now, were you aware that there was a detention facility within your area of responsibility, and I mean the 2nd Battalion of the 123 Brigade, where people were being held and detained? Were you aware of the existence of such a place?
No, I don't know of any detention facility or location having been there. I don't know about this Bayram or Palush, but Mus might know because he's from the same village. I don't know which house he's referring to, but he most probably knows. In general, the houses were destroyed, so I don't know what house is he referring to exactly. I don't know any Bayram Palushi.
Briefly before the break, and it's SPOE 00201-346, and it's a statement of Sadri Emirlahu, with whom you told us you had a good relationship. And can you, while it's coming up, just tell us what his role was in the summer of 1998, if you can recall?
Is this a question for me?
Confirm maybe that he was Can you say?
Yes.
Sadri Emirlahu kaçan şef.
Sadri Emirlahu was the chief of staff of the 1st Battalion in Budakova.
It says the 1st Battalion. Did you mean the 2nd Battalion?
I know it, we called it the Budakova Battalion, now 1st or the 2nd. Maybe I'm wrong. This is the battalion we're referring to. Maybe there might be a misunderstanding, I don't know.
He's being asked about, again, Latif and Rouché Kololi. He's being asked whether there was military police during the time, if we can scroll down a little bit. And he confirmed that, yes, military police existed during that time, and mostly of them were in black uniform, but also some members of the unit wearing different uniforms because of financial matters. He's being asked who the commander of the military police was, and he says initially Jemal Rekja, and then Musli Kololi replaced him in August of 1998. And if we can turn the page, please. Then he's being asked, was any judge who worked together with military police and gave decisions according to the court? And his answer is yes. On the time was one jurist for juridical council inside the Battalion 2. His name was Nureddin Abazi from Mushtisht village. So again, like Mr. Naim Agim Zuba, it was Mr. Emerlaou's understanding that you were working closely with the military police. Is that a correct understanding of your role?
I've stated this, they knew I was a lawyer within the battalion, but I think the word judge was mentioned, as there was a judge. There were no judges. I had not worked before the war as a judge. I had never worked as a judge. I was not a judge. I only worked as a judge after the war. So they say there was a judge, a lawyer. It is true I'm from the village of Mushtisht, and his Sadri is from the village of Mushtisht also, so we know each other.
Statement of 2002, that's P1135, page 1, you said, because I had highest education among other soldiers, I started to cooperate with military police. During that time, I used to be as advisor of military police because I had knowledge for juridical rules. So that account, you will agree, is consistent with the account of Mr. Emerlahu that you were cooperating with the military police. Would that be fair?
I cooperated with everybody, not only with the military police, because that was the nature of my task, my duty.
He's asked, was, and it's poorly phrased in English, was and the prison located in the same building as the HQ? And he said, no, the prison was in one house in the periphery of Budakovo village, but I don't know the name of the owner. So again, my question is, do you know which prison Mr. Emerliahu is talking about here that was just outside the periphery of Budakovo? Or do you have, again, no idea of such a place?
I have no idea, but since he seems to know, he can tell. I do not know of any prison being there, and there was no prison there. Now, I don't know how they perceived or interpreted these things.
All right, witness, it's time for a lunch break. We will be adjourned until 2:30, then you'll come back to the courtroom and have some more questions. You may leave the courtroom now with the court usher. We're adjourned until 2:30.
All rise. Rise.
Be seated. Mr. Potch.
Thank you, Your Honor. Just to note that we saw the communication from the panel about the written submissions, but I just want to put on record that my understanding is that either something has been filed or is in the process of being filed on the topic from this morning. Just for your awareness, of course, you proceed.
I have an oral order on the application to redact portions of the proofing notes and the connected discussions on witness W03865. The panel is seized of an application by the Vasily defense to redact out of the proofing note of witness W03865 a part of the witness's account on which SPO does not seek to rely for the truth of its content. Objections of a similar nature focusing on the party's obligations to not place before the panel information known or believed to be false was made by the Thaçi defense. The proofing note was admitted as Exhibit P01137. The panel rules as follows in respect of these submissions. As was expected of the SPO gave a full and accurate notice to the defense, to the defense and to the panel of the account given by witness W03865 during the preparation session. All parties agree that this account contained claims and allegations that are inconsistent with earlier accounts given by the witness to UNMIC and to the SPO. The panel is satisfied that the preparation note gave fair notice to the defense of the change of details in the witness's account. The panel is further satisfied that the inclusion of SPO counsel's commitment regarding the observed discrepancies, the panel is further satisfied that the inclusion of the SPO counsel's comment regarding the observed discrepancy gave some indication to the defense that the SPO did not propose the new account for the truth of its content. The panel further observes that counsel for the SPO clearly put these contradictions to the witness during his oral testimony, thereby making it clear that it does not rely upon the new account for the truth of its content and disputes that account. The panel is therefore satisfied that no prejudice arose from the course taken in this case. However, where such discrepancies arise in the future, the SPO should give careful consideration to the need to elicit such contradictory evidence via voce from the witness rather than offer it in writing pursuant to Rule 154. Based on the above, therefore, there is no need and no justification to redact any part of the proofing note. Any discrepancies that exist between the account contained in the preparation note and earlier accounts of the witness that were put to him will be considered by the panel when evaluating the credibility of this witness and the reliability of his evidence on the point. This concludes the panel's order. Please bring the witness in. Witness, we will continue with the questions from the panel. Judge Metro has the floor.
Thank you, Judge Smith, and good afternoon, witness. I want to ask you a few questions about another occasion that you testified about, and that's the case of Mr. Feta Rudy. In your evidence, you recounted having what you characterize as a conversation with Mr. Feta Rudy about various allegations. Do you remember these questions that were asked of you?
Po.
Yes.
All that Mr. Ilas Kadoli was also present during these quote-unquote conversation.
Po, më duket se ka qenë edhe.
Yes, I think he was there too.
And you asked what you recalled to be the function of Mr. Kadoli at the time, so in the summer of 1998, and I understood your evidence to be uncertain. In other words, you were not sure what he was doing at the time, but you believed he had a responsibility in morale of the battalion. Is that correct?
Të brigadës.
Of the brigade.
Thank you, sir, for correcting me in the brigade. Now, I want to show you a document. It's ERN 083227 to 083248, please. So just to give you a bit of context about what that is, sir, this is it's called Short Background on the KLA 123 Brigade, and it's a report that was prepared by Sadri Emerlau, your colleague and KLA member, and it appears it was drawn up in 2006. Do you understand?
This is the first time that I see it.
I'll take you to the part I'm interested in. It's the bottom of this page. It starts the last paragraph on this page, and I'll read it to you so you have the full paragraph. It says this: as a result and consequence of the much work on the ground and the need of unifying the military factor, the KLA's 123 Brigade was formed. With the mergers of these two units that he was discussing, that's the Lisi unit and Cheliku, on 15, and if we can turn the page please, on 15 June 1998, the KLA 123 Brigade is formed in the area of Suareca with this command structure. So, according to Sadri Emerlau, in June, on the 15th of June 1998, the structure of the brigade is as follows. Blerim Kuchi, appointed as commander of the brigade, Deputy Commander Habib El-Shani, Chief of Staff Agim Kuchi, Assistant Commander for Intelligence and Counterintelligence Ilas Kadoli, Assistant Commander for Logistics Rujdi Gashi, and Assistant Commander for Military Police Yusuf Krasniqi. So, according to the account of Mr. Emerlau, in June of 1998, Mr. Kadoli was not dealing with moral issue, but he was the Assistant Commander for Intelligence and Counterintelligence within the brigade. Do you have any reason to dispute the account of Mr. Emerlau in respect of the position of Ilas Kadoli?
No, I can't dispute it. Probably he knows better than me. I only heard of it. I didn't know what role he had. It is said that he had this role, and maybe he did. I don't oppose it.
Thank you, and we can take the document down. Can we please go into a private session for a moment?
Your Honor, we are back in public session. Thank you.
Now, my question, sir, is really to give you an opportunity to state whether you accept the account that I've summarized here, or whether you dispute any of it, and if you dispute any of it, what parts of it do you dispute?
I dispute all of it as ungrounded. It is not true that I was a judge or that Ilas Kadoli was a prosecutor. It is not at all true that Fetarudi was beaten. I saw him for the first time that day, whereas Ilas Kadoli knew him from before. After our conversation about what he alleged that he was labeled as LDK member and leader of the LDK, that is true, he was in that position, but he was not a collaborationist. The problem was related to the distribution of aid provided by Mother Teresa, with the suspicion being that they were not distributed fairly. It is not true that Fetarudi was sentenced or was detained for a single minute. I don't know who has made such slanders.
Now, in his book, Ilas Kadoli says that the decision to continue with the detention of Mr. Rudy was not his own. In other words, it was not Mr. Kadoli's decision. Now, I want to ask you, do you know whose decision it was to detain and continue to detain Mr. Rudy?
I have no information that he was detained or that he was mistreated or kept detained for a single minute. If Ilyas Kadoli knows something, what he says in his book, I saw the book only 1 week ago. Otherwise, I have nothing to do with the book. What he wanted to say, you might ask him. He is alive. Can I add something? Fetarudi, after the war, wrote an article in Bota Sot, and where he thanked us for the treatment of him during this conversation we had together. Probably you can find that article in the newspaper where he has acknowledged that he was not mistreated and that we only had a conversation. He declares this publicly. I saw this article after the war, and I have never seen Fetarudi after the war, only on TV, after that only time.
Rudy would have no reason to blame you for anything that happened to him, is that right?
He has never blamed me. If he had something against me, he would have mentioned it in his article.
Good afternoon. I'm correct in understanding, am I, that you graduated in law in 1982?
Yes, from 80 to 82 were my studies.
Starting in around 2001, is that right?
Yes, that is right.
Both criminal and non-criminal cases.
Mostly criminal, less. Mostly civil and less criminal cases.
Nevertheless, familiar with the due process guarantees set out, for example, in the Constitution of Kosovo, the Criminal Procedure Code, or the Criminal Code of Kosovo.
Prosecutor.
Yes, of course.
Now, you said earlier, and you were referring to the wartime period, quote, we didn't have domestic laws then, so we had to rely on international conventions, war conventions, and so on, unquote. And you referred to a number of rights that are guaranteed under international and domestic law, including, quote, the right to a proper conduct, to equal treatment, unquote. Do you remember saying that a bit earlier?
Paul?
Yes. Article 6 of the European Convention on Human Rights.
In that article and in the Constitution of Kosovo, for example, you'll be familiar with fundamental concepts of due process, like the concept of notification of charges, the right of access to a lawyer, the right to challenge the legality of detention. You're familiar with all those concepts?
Paul?
Yes.
The KLA ensured compliance with those due process guarantees through international law rather than through domestic law during the conflict.
The KLA tried to ensure compliance with these rights, but what you are referring to, these rights are not complied with even today. Then it was a wartime. There was no proper court as such for someone to have a lawyer, to have proper parties, involved. It was a time of war. We could not deal with persons who might have committed grave criminal offenses.
For that a little bit, you talked, for example, about the two women, and I won't return to that issue in great detail, but you said that they were, quote, suspected of collaborating with the Serb police. They were seen going in and out of the police station and so on, unquote. And then when you were asked to explain why that would be suspicious, you said, quote, because it was wartime and we were fighting against Serbian police and army. So any collaboration with them would be immoral, irregular, unquote. Do you remember saying that?
Paul?
Yes.
Serb enemy was a very serious matter, was it not?
Paul, Prosecutor.
Yes, certainly.
And what specifically was the legal framework you were using for dealing with any credible allegations of collaboration with the enemy?
I already said we didn't have written laws. We acted on the basis of instructions, conventions, on the basis of what we could refer to. Also the customary law in order to ensure peace and calm. I don't know how to put it otherwise.
In that background, how specifically did you go about drafting formal charges in relation to allegations of collaboration?
What charges, Your Honor, are you referring to? We did not draft charges. We only had conversations with persons we deemed to be suspicious. We didn't have any trials. We didn't draft charges. We only dealt with what we thought a person to be. If the person was deemed innocent by us, we let the person go. We didn't have any other power or competence. We were not in peacetime to deal with these issues. We acted on an ad hoc basis, so to say.
And if you had credible information suggesting that a person was a collaborator, was there a framework in place to permit detention of that person?
Just give me a pause.
No, we didn't. We didn't.
In place to enable a detainee to challenge detention by the KLA?
I didn't have any such cases. I don't know of any.
For signing defense lawyers to suspects who are held in detention?
Jo.
No. Because there wasn't a court. If there is no court, there are no other entities related to it. If we had a court, then everyone should play their roles, the defense lawyer, the prosecutor, or the other stuff, but we didn't have one.
Court, am I right in understanding there was no process of appeal, it follows?
No, of course not.
Can you explain to me in simple terms, what exactly was the structure in place for securing the due process guarantees which are required by international law?
I am repeating it. We didn't deal with serious cases. We dealt only with disciplinary cases. We didn't happen to deal with other cases.
During your period as a judge in Kosovo, did you become aware of convictions in Kosovo relating to crimes in detention committed by members of the KLA?
By our courts? Yes.
There may have been crimes committed in detention by members of the KLA during the conflict, including very serious crimes.
I don't know of any cases, but I can't rule out the possibility that some individual may have done that. You can't identify KLA with a certain individuals. Individuals are part of an organization, of an entity. Individuals form part of that entity. I can't rule out that some individuals may have committed such things, but they were not like prevalent or serious, impermissible. I don't know of any.
That the KLA, or let me put it clearly to you, are you aware of any structure which the KLA put in place for securing the due process guarantees which are required by international law?
No, there wasn't any structures.
Thank you, Mr. Witness.
Judge Barta, anything?
Thank you, Judge Smith. Good afternoon, witness.
Good afternoon.
And you told us several times during your testimony that the chain of command ended at the brigade or the zone level, and that at least in 1998, you said earlier this morning, the KLA had no vertical or hierarchical structure. I'm specifically referring to pages 14 to 15 and 44 of today's provisional transcript. First of all, witness, do you remember saying this?
Yes.
I want to ask you the following. Was there an institution above the brigade and zone level that was called the KLA General Staff in 1998 and or 1999?
I don't know. There was, but even if there was, it was. Sorry, could the witness be asked to repeat the end of the sentence?
Witness, could you repeat the end of your sentence? It was not properly translated, or not translated at all.
I don't know that there was any such structures. But even if there was, they were only on paper, on formal, without any possibility to ensure communication or implementing anything on the ground.
Just to be clear on that point, you don't know, is that your evidence that, or whether there was an institution, a structure called the KLA General Staff above the brigade and zone level?
I am saying that perhaps there was one, but it did not have a direct impact on the ground. I can only speak for the zone, I cannot know for the rest. However, even if there was one, there are transcripts and organic grounds or sketches representing the whole structure up to the general staff. However, in my opinion, this was not effectively functioning.
What role or function the four accused had during the war, these four accused?
We know something, to some extent, but you know better.
I'm asking you, were they members of the so-called KLA General Staff, the four accused? Are you aware of that?
At least this is what we have heard, but there's nothing true in it.
Do you know what Mr. Thaçi did during the war, what his function was, if he had any? Within the KLA, of course.
I think I answered to this question yesterday. Do I need to repeat my answer? He was the political figure face of the KLA.
Nothing else? Just the political face of the KLA, or figure?
I don't know any other roles he could have had.
Did he have a role in the KLA during the war in 1998, 1999, and if so, what role?
I know that I've seen him on television in his capacity as a spokesperson, KLA spokesperson.
I was referring to Mr. Vesely. So do you have evidence that Mr. Vesely was the spokesperson of the KLA during the war?
Yes. I think I answered clearly. Sorry, I apologize. I apologize. I didn't even know Vasily. I didn't even hear of him. I had in my mind Jakub. Sorry. I apologize.
Selimi, did he have a role, if any, during the war in 1998, 1999, to your knowledge?
I never heard of Mr. Selimi, never heard of any position he had.
Already said that Mr. Krasniqi, Jakub Krasniqi, who is on Zoom right now, is or was the spokesperson of the KLA during the time period I mentioned, 1998 and 1999. Is that right?
That's right. And he was on television.
Thank you, witness. I have no further questions.
Any questions from the prosecution as follow-up to the judge's questions?
I just need one moment to confer, Your Honor. No, thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
No questions.
All right. Anything from the Vasily defense?
No questions.
Mr. Roberts?
Nothing, Your Honor, thank you.
Ms. Alejandra?
Yes, Your Honor, I have a few questions.
Go ahead.
Now, witness, I'd like to refer you to the statements of Naim Kadoli and Agim Ziba that were put to you by Judge Metro earlier. If I could have SITF 00327995 on the screen, please.
Would it be possible for the DRN number to be read again? Thank you so much.
I have it as SITF 00032795.
I think it's 9-2 if you are looking for the Agim
Yes,
Zuba.
yes, it's 92. It starts on 92. Thank you. And the specific page that I'm looking at would be the page that Judge Metro had put to the witness, and that would end with 32795, please. Yes, and if I could read to you what Mr. Ziba has said. Now the question is, who gave you the order to transport Latif, Rush Kololi, and Slaman Kokolari from the village of Budakova? Naim Kadoli and me were given the order by Commander Sadiq Khalid Yaha to send the three of them in the brigade because there was no reason to keep them in Budakova. On the way, we met a KLA MP whose name is Naim Barisha in the village of Sematisht. There we handed over them to him. We immediately went back in Budakova, and since that moment, I don't know anything about them. Now, further down, the witness is asked, or Mr. Ziba is asked, who was along with Naim and what direction did they take? And he says, when we were stopped by Naim, he was by himself. But I'm sure there were other soldiers around. After we told him the situation about the prisoners, he said to me to put the prisoners in his vehicle, Mercedes, white or red color, I don't know. immediately after this, we went back to Budakova, and I don't know anything about them. Further down on the page, the question is, have you received a written order from the commander of battalion to transport them in brigade? And he says, yes, there was a document issued by Commander Sadiq Khalid Yaha to transport the prisoners to the brigade. After we handed over the prisoners to Naim Berisha, signed the document that he took the prisoners. After we went back to Budakova, we gave the same document back to the commander. Unfortunately, all the documents were burned during the war. Now, you'll agree with me from what we see on that statement that according to Agim Ziba, once Latif and Rush Kololi were handed over to Naim Berisha, he did not know what happened to them. He went back to Budakova, correct?
Why are you asking me about other people's statements? These people are alive. You could ask them. You're asking me to comment on other people's statements. Please. What's the point? Now you're asking me to comment on Naim Kadoli's statement, what he did, where did he go? Please. This is...
After the judge's questions...
Witness, please just answer the questions.
Just
answer the question.
We discussed this matter in detail earlier on. Same question, and you were asking the same question again. It's not for me to comment on other people's statements.
Finished your testimony.
Now, according to the statement of Agim Ziba that we just saw, once Latif and Rush Kololi were handed over to Naim Berisha, he did not know what happened to them. He went back to Budakov, correct? Just on the face of the statement. A statement that was just put to you by the judge.
That's what he says. What would you want me to say, one way or the other? I don't know. This is his statement.
Ziba, in that statement, does not state that he had informed you of what had happened in Samatisht. Am I correct?
Correct. Obviously, he did not inform me.
Now, so it's correct, isn't it, that when Agim Ziba returned to Budakov, you were not informed of this incident in Samatisht, where they were stopped by Naim Berisha. Correct?
Yes.
I don't know. I don't know. I said this earlier. I don't know.
You that Naim Berisha had stopped them in Samatisht and taken the two ladies. Correct?
No, he didn't, and he didn't need to inform me, because I did not order him to take them there, the ladies.
Go to the statement of Naim Kadoli at SITF, and this would be the page reference at 0003278. This was also a page that was referred to you by Josh Metro earlier. Yes, and if you could go to page 32782, please. At the bottom. believe it's the next page. My apologies. Yes. And yeah, and it's the same part that was put to you by Josh Matro. The question is, how many people you escorted to the HQ of the brigade in the shore, and who was except you? And he says, for first, I want to clarify to you one thing, that we didn't send them to the HQ in the shore, but we left them in Samatish village. On that village, we sent 3 persons, among 2 ladies and Slaiman Kokolari. Together with me was Agim Ziba. On village Samatish, we were stopped by a group of soldiers where I recognized Naim Barisha. We asked him about the HQ of the brigade and told him that we have 3 prisoners to send there. He answered to us that we have no rights to know where is the HQ of the brigade. Then he took the prisoners on his own responsibility to send them to the HQ. He signed the document that he accepted the prisoners on his own responsibility. That's what it says here, right? Now, according to Naim Kodoli, he also confirms that they were handed over to Naim Barisha, correct?
I don't know. I personally don't know. Name appears to know. He can answer. I don't know.
And what we see in this statement, he does not state that he had informed you of the incident in Samatishti either, correct?
Correct.
Your statement to the SPO, and that is 078562 TRET Part 3, page 18, line 23 to 25. And page 19, line 1 to 6. That's P1136, Part 3. Now, according to your statement, do we have it? No. What's the Albanian reference? The English is at page 18, line 23 to 25. And the next page. So we'll go to page 18 first. Now, in your statement, you are asked, were you present when Sadiq gave that order to Agim and Naim? And you said no. You were then asked, how did you know that there was such an order? Yes, I heard, because when the police, after they had transferred them there or taken them there, when they returned back, it goes on to the next page, they mentioned that they had taken them there. Where did they mention they had taken them exactly? I don't know, you can ask them. I don't know. They said we sent them to the brigade. Right? Now that's your statement, witness.
Yes.
If Naim and Agim had told you that they had sent them to the brigade, now that we have seen their 2 statements, that's not correct, is it? they didn't inform you that they were stopped by Naim Berisha and that they handed them, the two ladies, to Naim Berisha. It appears from your statement that they told you that they had sent them back to the brigade, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. That's a very confusing question. I don't know what the witness is meant to answer, and I doubt the witness does.
Please break that down into parts.
Right. Now, according to your statement, witness, you say that you were told by Agim and Naim that the ladies were sent to the brigade, correct? That's what your statement shows.
And that's how it is. This is what they said. It's not that I said that.
Look at their own statements. They say that they were stopped in Samatisht and they handed over the two ladies to Naim Berisha. They didn't tell you that. So what they've told you that they sent them to the brigade, that's not correct, isn't it?
I don't know if that's correct or not. I can't get
Based on their own statements, the statements of Agim Ziba and the statement of Naim Kuduli that was put to you earlier. They say they were stopped by Naim Berisha and they handed over the ladies to them, to Naim Berisha, correct? What they told you is something different. What they say in their statement is something different, correct?
I don't know. I have no idea who did they hand the ladies over to. They have made their own statements about what they did.
That they told you that they sent them to the brigade. If that's what they've told you, they were not telling you the truth. Am I correct, witness?
Objection, Your Honor. I've been over this multiple times. The witness has made it clear what he was told, and the other information is not something that the witness can weigh in on further.
Sustained.
Now, you've said in your statement that you were not present when Sadiq gave an order to Agim and Naim to take these two women to the brigade, correct?
I don't know how many times do I need to repeat this. I have repeated it 10 times now. Either you're not following the proceedings or something's wrong. I have said on multiple occasions no, no, and no. And now you're asking me the question again and again, which is pointless.
You have not seen any written order to transfer the two women to the brigade.
I did not see, no.
And even if there was such an order to transfer them to the brigade, Agim Ziba and Naim Kadoli didn't do that, did they? They stopped in Samatisht and handed them over to Naim Berisha.
Objection, Your Honor. Now we're getting into hypotheticals with a question that does not follow from the first premise. I really don't understand what we're getting at here or how it relates specifically to questions coming from the judges or my very limited redirect.
Your Honor, this is not hypothetical. The witnesses have said in their own statements that they were stopped in Samatisht and the two women were handed over to Naim Berisha.
Objections overruled. Go ahead.
What's my question? Yeah, so even if there was an order to transfer them to the brigade, Agim Ziba and Naim Kadoli did not transfer them to the brigade. They instead handed over the two women to Naim Berisha at Samatisht, correct?
This is what they have stated. I cannot know if that's accurate. This is their statement. How can I possibly say that that's not accurate if that's their statement?
And if I could refer to SITF 000-329-49 to 32968, please. If you can go to the last paragraph on that page. 963, please. Ending 963. So it's 32963. Yeah. If I can read to you, in annex of this report, we are delivering to you the report of ballistic expertise of pistol type CZ M83/94, Cal 357 Magnum, factory number 62567, founded at deceased Naim Barisha, and projectile which was extracted from the head of Kololi Latif. That's what this report says. This was the investigations into the death of Latif Kololi. Witness, for your information. Now, it appears from this that the weapon that killed Latif belonged to Naim Barisha, according to this report. Would you agree?
What is the question you're asking me?
You a report from the Republic of Serbia into the investigations that were done into the death of Latif Kololi.
Who says that?
I've just read you that last bit.
Who prepared this report? The Republic of Serbia can prepare and produce as many reports as you want. They have also prepared the report about the Panda incident and then put the blame on us. They committed the crime in the Panda case, imprisoned people for hundreds of years, and then at the end, the very president of Serbia admitted to having done this themselves. Serbia has never had and still has not any good intentions towards us. They're still considering waging war again in Kosovo, and you're still dealing with Serbian-produced reports. You're presenting and showing to me a ballistics report from Serbia. How many reports, similar reports, have been produced? They have produced reports saying that all the persons who were killed were KLA members, and whereas in fact we're talking about people who are 70 years old or children as young as 5 years old.
Go ahead.
Witness, my question is simply this. Based on this report, it appears that the weapon that killed Latif Kololi was from Naim Barisha. Taking it at its face value, the document that we see. Would you agree?
No. Because I don't trust this.
Right. Now, witness, in P1135, if I could have P1135, and the page reference would be SITF 0032810. The page reference would be 32810. Right, in the middle of the page. This is your statement in 2002, witness. And you were asked a question, do you know Naim Barisha? Or maybe you are in family with him. And your answer was this: I don't know him. I didn't know him before. he is not a relative of my family. I heard that he was an arrogant soldier. He didn't respect orders. He was inside of brigade. As far as I know, he was killed during the war. Now, I'd just like to confirm, witness, is that the Naim Berisha that you knew to be the arrogant, or you had heard to be the arrogant soldier who did not respect orders?
If we are talking about the same person.
Yes, he had a reputation of not respecting orders, of being an arrogant man. Am I correct?
Yes. At least that was the opinion about him.
Break.
you.
We need-
I'm done with my questions.
Oh,
Thank you.
all right. Didn't mean to hurry you. Witness, your testimony is finished. You may leave the room with the usher. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you. May I greet them? May God help you.
Your Honor, I just want to put it on the record that as the witness left and he said, may I greet them, at least from the SPO bench, it seemed that he was referring to the accused persons.
Thank you, Mr. Patch. Are you ready to proceed with the next witness?
Yes, Your Honor, we require a very short changeover for the next team to come in.
Microphone.
We'll come back and do what we can with the next witness. So we are still in public session and we are adjourned for 10 minutes.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated, please. Before we start with the next witness, I'd like to settle the issue of the correction of the translation of W03865's statement, which is P01136.3-ET at page 20, lines 21 and to 23. I note that the witness provided a translation at page 15, lines 9 to 11 of today's transcript. In this translation, is this translation agreeable to the SBO and the Thaçi defense?
Mr. President, if you're referring to what the witness said in court, that's agreeable to us.
Yes.
That's agreeable to the SPO, Your Honor.
All right. I recall that currently the admitted versions of W03865's statements as P1136.1 to P01136.4 do not contain the corrections. I ask the SBO to tender the corrected versions for admission. Perhaps tomorrow, you can do that.
Yes, Your Honor, we will.
And Mr. Mistich, you had wanted the floor.
Yes, Mr. President, at the conclusion of the last witness's evidence, Mr. Potch put on the record that the translation of what he said was, "May I greet them?" And I've been told by the Albanian speakers on my side of the room that what he said was, "I greet you all," before he departed. Thank you. And just to correct the transcript again, not before I departed, before he departed.
All right, anything further? You can bring the witness in. Yeah, you can go, yeah. We'll go into closed session as requested. I see you standing.
Great, thanks.
Your Honors, we are in public session. Thank you.
All right, we're in public session now. Go ahead.
Your Honour, yesterday you had asked the prosecution to provide clarity on the witnesses for this week and next. I don't believe we had an update from the prosecution on that, and I was just wondering if we could get an update. Can you hear me? No, I can't. Okay. Yesterday on the transcript, you had indicated to the prosecution to give us an update today on the witness list for this week and next.
Yes, Your Honor, an email was sent inter partes at around 5:56 p.m. yesterday with that information.
Okay, thank you very much.
All rise.